各位朋友，我们的论坛即将开始请各位入座。我们可以坐前面一点，坐后面一点没关系，但不要坐太后面。好，那这里的网路大家或许可以使用 Taiwan AMTL 那一个。那如果你自己的那个行动网路还可以收讯不错的话，那当然也没有问题。好，那如果有任何使用网路的疑问，也可以跟我们工作人员来说。好，飞越文学天际线，2023年台湾文学翻译论坛正式开始。谢谢各位与会的贵宾来到我们当中。今天呢是我们国立台湾文学馆来主办这个台湾文学推向国际一个非常重要的论坛。每一年我们在筹办这些工作的时候，在座的人也一定知道，我们除了透过翻译出版到各个国家去之外，我们也希望这些文本可以进到大学里面，成为不管是华文或者是我们之前说汉学的教学的之用，那我们也会透过我们的朋友基金会等等带领作家到国外去跟当地的作家座谈，或者是当地的居民的大众。那我们很荣幸在这一次借由陈玉红老师的这一个产奖的赠奖典礼，我们一起邀请了关心台湾文学的创作以及在国际的推展的专家学者来到我们当中，一起来进行这一场的论坛。那我们今天的论坛有2个阶段，第一场是台湾文学的国际翻译现况。那这一个是英文场的那我们现场备有翻译，与会的朋友可以相信现在手上，如果需要的话，我们有翻译机应该也都拿取了。第2场是台湾文学与世界思潮的交流与互动，那这是华语场那这2场的区别就是会有我们的翻译者、学者、版代的经纪人，或者是在推动国际事务的专家们来与会。那第2场以作家为主我们来听听他们从创作以及对于整个看待现在台湾文坛的环境的看法是什么。好，那我们现在就开始我们的第1场那我们先邀请我们的语坛，我们的主持人宜恩博士。是国立台湾师范大学台湾语文系的副教授。那我们先依序先到台上来。好。那我们的主讲者有陈安娜博士，是我们的翻译者。好。那接下来我们会有主持人依序来介绍大家。好，马苏菲博士。OK。然后陆丹妮博士，不好意思，陆丹妮所长。谭光磊先生。谢谢。好，那待会会在云端跟各位相见的关守琪老师那因为时差的关系，他待会会晚一些时间才会上线。那今天我们所有的活动都是采直播的，线上也会有那个提问的 QR code 大家待会再注意。那我们用 Slido 的方式来做提问在会后的时候会有主持人来引领大家来做 QA。好，这时候我们先将时间交给宜恩。谢谢。
The microphone is working. Thanks everyone for coming. As she said, my name is Ian Rowan, Associate Professor of Taiwan Culture, Literature, and Languages at National Taiwan University. And it's my honor, and I'm deeply humbled, in fact, to moderate this panel on behalf of the museum. The way this will work, I'll first introduce one by one our distinguished guests. I'll then invite you to sit back down so we can actually see the presentations rather than crane our eyes back to look at the PPT. And then after about 15 minutes per speaker, we'll then come back to the stage and just do some Q&A with the audience and each other. We're joined by a number of legends. We've got in the room legendary literary agent Gray Tan on the far right. We've got Dr. Tanya Dluhosova, the Director of Studies at the Czech Institute. Let me get that actually right. Quite impressive title. Director of the Oriental Institute at the Czech Academy of Sciences. On her left, we have Dr. Sylvia Marinussen, freelance literary translator. And on her left, Dr. Anna Gustafsson Chun, translator from Swedish. Let's now take our seats. We'll start with Dr. Tango Duhosova, and then move on to grade 10 after that.
好，那现在我们就邀请 Tanya 来到这边。喂喂。
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me and also coming and listening to a presentation which is research dedicated to the translation of Taiwanese literature worldwide, but mainly with main focus to Taiwan Literature English Translation Series, which is a journal which is introducing Taiwanese literature in English. What I'm going to talk about is the power of editors and power of translators, because these are one of the most important people who are actually creating the image of Taiwanese literature abroad. So in one hand, you have maybe Taiwanese Museum of National Museum of Taiwanese Literature in Taiwan, you have professor of Taiwanese literature here, who are doing or they are trying to create or are creating a canon of Taiwanese literature, saying which is important, which work is important, which is maybe important for this and that reason. But then you have totally different world of Taiwanese definition of Taiwanese literatures, which are introduced in different countries. And these canons or these different definitions are based on the selections of authors, which are very often done by the editors or translators, or sometimes they have both roles. So what I'm going to talk about today is the different views and definition of Taiwanese literature which can be introduced abroad, and also we will be looking into socio-political context, both in Taiwan and abroad, which are leading to this definition, and we will be especially looking to that journal. It is this research I was doing together with Bert Scruggs. He's associate professor at the University of California, Irvine, and we did it during COVID. We couldn't really go anywhere, so we were trying to get information about translations, mainly online. We put together translation from Czech, English, French, German, and partly in Italian. The translations are only until the year 2021, and we went on to the level of the individual translated items. Maybe you know that National Museum of Taiwanese Literature, they have a database of translated works, but this database goes on the level of a book, so it doesn't go to the level of poem or short story. So we were trying to put these items together. We have more than 5,000 items in there. And in addition to information about the published items, we also look onto the biographical information of the authors who were published, so we can have better understanding what is the selection, what is the definition of the literature which is being translated. So this is one of the, now we are going to go, this is probably a picture, like, this is the proof that sometimes literature can be calculated and can be visualized. So these are, maybe it's not really very, very clear, but this is the data set kind of brought as a picture. I don't have time to go through every tradition, but I would like to point out this horizontal line which represents Taiwan, and it is Chinese pen, or the Chinese pen which was published in Taipei, which has regularly published 4 issues per year. That's why it has this stable line. Then we have 2 big spikes here. This one is a German tradition, and here we have France. The German tradition, as you may see here, is actually starting in 1984, much early, earlier than there was any understanding of what is Taiwan literature or definite kind of understanding here in Taiwan. And it is all because of Helmut Martin. He was a professor at Bochum University. He couldn't go to China anymore. And he come to Taiwan and get in touch with Taiwanese writers and start to build a big library in Bochum University. It's one of the biggest collections of Taiwanese literature in Europe. And he and his students started to promote Taiwanese literature in German. Then we have another interesting tradition that is in France, which starts actually in 1962. I didn't include every dot which is in the front, and the first half of the tradition is they are usually poems, and they were introduced as Chinese literature from Taiwan, but in the second half of the graph, the big spikes, these are literary pieces translated by young sinologists like Gwenel Guthrie, who is going to speak later, and they really joined forces and started to translate more contemporary literature as Taiwanese literature. So I said that I'm going to look into the Taiwan literature English translation series. It belongs to the US tradition, the green one. As you can see, the green line is not really regular, it's coming up and down, but the Taiwan literature in English translation series is a journal which is published, I think, twice a year. And it is very special because it focuses on specific themes and try to introduce different genres, and also it is sometimes the issues are dedicated to individual authors. And there were three motivations to start the series. They wanted to reintroduce and rediscover Taiwanese roots, and to turn they were looking into the Penthu, the local flavor of Taiwanese people, local traditions, and local social engagements. And they wanted to promote new contemporary authors so as to excavate or find those who have been overlooked for a very long time. Behind the journal, the main editor is Tu Kuo-ching, who is a professor, who used to be professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara. There is a center for Taiwanese studies, and and they also started to publish the journal. The journal, in many cases, was pioneering because it started to promote Taiwanese literature and its various definitions and its various topics much earlier than they have been discussed in Taiwan itself. I'm going to take, this graph is actually taken, these are the academic production of academic, like Lunwen, the academic papers as they appear in IRITI. So I look through the keywords, and I look into the indigenous literature, nature literature, post-colonial literature, and travel literature, and look how the scholars, Taiwanese scholars, were looking into these topics. And you may see that as for the indigenous literature, the main peak was around the year 2006 to 2008. While the literature itself, as we learned from the conference 2 days ago here in Tainan, it was promoted in 1992. The first special issue on indigenous literature was in 1998. So Tu Kuo-ching and Taiwan literature in English translation series was much ahead of the main wave of interest in Taiwan, and they really were the first pioneers who tried to introduce the specific literature coming from these groups which were overlooked for a very long time. So in a way, the readers who could read English were, how to say, they were also ahead of maybe the interest or the spikes which were in Taiwan. The journal itself, it has very, or it used to have a very, like there was a given structure. Every issue had a part dedicated to the genres like critical essay, poetry, prose, and short story. So until 2010, every issue, give more or less the same space or at least introduce all the genres in each issue. Afterwards, there was a series of issues which were dedicated to individual authors, and from 2017 they tried to get back to the more diverse genre-balanced issues, but it is not as it used to be at the beginning. As you may see, the poetry is really taking the major space in the journal. All of you probably are the friends of Taiwanese literature, and you know that poetry is basically on the margins of the general understanding what is Taiwanese literature. If you go to, I don't know, Kaohsiung, or you read the history of Taiwanese literature, it's usually xiaoshuo, which is taking the major part, but here is poetry. I also look into the authors. I only have 5 minutes left, so I just want to say I look into the authors and I put them into the decades as they were born, and we see that the most represented authors are those who were born from 1940s to 1960s. Sorry, yeah, 50s. That means these authors were those who were writing in the post-war area. They are the generation of Tu Kuo-ching, so they are basically they're the same generation. And if we look into their histories and personal networks, they were very close to him also through this perspective. These authors, they usually are those which we will say that they are nativist authors, and they endorse the Taiwanese, like the beginning of the definition of Taiwanese literature. I look into the age distribution. We see that the age distribution is very diverse. It means that they really try to put voice or show prominence to every age group in different issues, even though the generation of Tu Kuo-ching is overrepresented. If we look into the writer's area of origin, it is a little bit biased. The majority of authors are coming from Taiwan or were born in Taiwan. We have a few writers who were Japanese, which is very rare, and also there is one German and Russian. German is Helmut Martin. As for the gender, this is very uneven. The majority of writers which were introduced in this journal were male. So we have a male version of Taiwanese literature. The female voice is missing, basically. There were only 2 issues which were dedicated to female literature in 2002 and 2003, so there is a spike. But generally speaking, this is very specific to this journal. So I will just skip the general observation. I just wanted to show that the selection of which is made by the author or by the editor is very important, and the definition which this editor is bringing forward has its limitation and also its challenges. Therefore, it's very important to basically put this in comparison with the other one. So I created this visualization where I put together Taiwan literature in English translation series, which is here, and here we have Chinese Pen. Chinese Pen, as many of you know, it was published. The tradition goes to China, and it does bring, what would we say, it's Chinese literature from Taiwan. So the majority of 2/3 of the authors are, the origin is from China. They are the more darker dots. You see here that the majority of the Taiwan, the American series are mainly Taiwanese, and there are also these, like orange ones, they are the Japanese authors. So here we can easily see the difference. The writers in the middle, there are 90 of them. The majority are Taiwanese. They are representatives of modern poetry and also and modernist writers, Xiaoshuo writers, and then we have the female writers with mainland origin of the second generation. Then I try to do the same with the Columbia University Press series, which is a book series. Here we can see very similar pattern. Columbia University kind of name of this series, also called Chinese Literature from Taiwan. So the majority of the writers are mainlanders, and those in the middle are exactly the same authors, or the distribution is the same as it is with Chinese pen. So when we put these together, all three together, we see that Taiwan literature in English. Taiwan Literature English Translation Series, the one in the US, is very, very specific. It has its own position, as in opposition to these two, which are very close together, which also share quite a huge number of the same authors. So what I'm basically coming to the end of my presentation. What I wanted to say that as you probably know, every author, every editor or translator has its choice and his tastes. And what is important, we probably can't really restrict. We can be just aware of these biases we can have. But on the other hand, if we have more outlets where the literature is being published, then we can have more voices which are being told, and the literature is being presented in this huge variety as it is in Taiwan. So this is where I'm going to stop. I just have a very brief. This was published in Taiwan Literature English Translation Series in one of the issues, and we are putting together the data sets in a database which is still like under construction, but it will go on the level of the individual writings, as I said, and we will try to expand it to other regions as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a beautifully visualized presentation, Tanya. I'd like to welcome now Mr. Grayton of Greyhawk Agency. Please begin.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm the only one who is not a doctor on this panel. So I thought it would be a good idea to bring some insight from the market side and the publishing trends around the world. And one of the questions I'm most often asked by friends who fellow lovers of Taiwan literature is what is the best time, or is now a good time for Taiwan literature to be translated abroad? And my answer is yes, not only for Taiwan literature, but also for Asian literature in general. And when I say Asian, probably means mostly East Asian, China, Taiwan, Japan, Korea. And why? Okay. Why? Because Asian authors are hot. Asian authors are winning literary awards. In the US, they've won, Japanese authors won the National Book Award for Best Translation. In the UK, they've won the Dagger Award. They've won the Booker International Award, and everywhere. And Asian authors, their works are being adapted into movies. And movies and TVs are winning awards as well. So that's the good news. But there's always the but, right? And there are two things. If we narrow it down, we will realize two things. First, when we say Asian authors, very often what we mean are Asian American authors who are writing in English for an English language audience. And very often it's about their own immigrant experience or the children of immigrants, which are not necessarily what we think of as Asian literature. And the second is when we look at the Asian authors who are popular, who are being published everywhere in the world, they are often, they're basically Koreans and Japanese. not Chinese, not Taiwanese. But there is definitely something to be learned here. So what kind of Korean and Japanese books are popular in the world? I can tell you there are 3 keywords: cats, coffee, and books. Basically, if you have cats and you have coffee and the story is set in a bookstore or in a library, and it's a cozy and humorous and heartwarming stories, and then it's almost guaranteed that it will sell. That is the trend that's been going on in the world for the past 3 years. And it has something to do with the pandemic. The world is too dark, too full of uncertainty. People just want a little bit of comfort. And this is definitely a kind of comfort reading. And I think in Sweden they call this feel-good stories, which has existed for a long time, but all of a sudden, these are feel-good stories written by Asian authors and with a special Japanese sensibility, very kawaii, very different. So this is really taking the world by storm at the moment. And there's another key factor, is that they're usually very short. If you look at the Chinese translations, most of them under 100,000 Chinese characters, which is not what most Taiwanese writers are writing about. Our writers are always very ambitious about writing these magnum opus, big epics, which are a nightmare to translate. So these are the keywords that are popular around the world. But I would never preach to write for a trend. I don't think that ever works, because by the time you produce a work that in response to the trend is gone. But it's always nice to have basic understanding of what is going on in the world. So next I will talk a bit about, what I want to talk about is genre stories, genre storytellings, using genre as a framework, as a structure to almost a bit of like a shortcut for Taiwan literatures to be translated abroad, because genres provide a kind of a structure. If you pick up a mystery novel, you would expect that someone would be murdered, and you know there will be a kind of a detective, and then you know at the end of the story the killer will be captured. And use this framework, this genre convention or tropes, which are familiar to readers everywhere in the world, and you put these stories in Taiwan, in a new location, then you get a new kind of freshness to it. So in a sense, you have both the familiar and the strange. And that is the kind of, I think that is a shortcut for Taiwan stories to be understood, to be translated abroad. So now this is romantasy. This is the buzzword right now in the world of publishing. What is romantasy? It's basically romance, but in a secondary world fantasy setting. So it might look like a fantasy, but it's not Lord of the Rings. It is basically a romance. And usually it's a love triangle. The protagonist has to choose between 2 men. Sounds familiar from Twilight or from Hunger Games. It's the same stuff. Only that now it is being, this is the hottest kind of genre right now. All the publishers are looking for it in the world. And again, comes down to escapism, which has something to do with pandemic. People just want to escape from the reality, so they read cozy stories and they read love stories, and they want to escape into the secondary world. And then, during the pandemic, there is a bit of a horror revival. For several decades, horror is almost a dirty word in publishing, because horror used to be very big in the 80s, and then it crashed and burned. And then no one in publishing wanted to publish a book under the label horror. Instead, they would call it a thriller, they would call it dark fantasy, they would call it suspense, just not horror. But again, during the pandemic, probably because the world is too dark, horror becomes a source of catharsis. People read horror to feel not so frightened of the world. And I know I did for the same reason. So this provides us a very interesting way, because we all know that Asian horror films are very famous. So these are 2 Taiwanese novels that have been published abroad and being packaged as Asian horror. First, the Chopsticks, which is a collaboration between 5 writers from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan. And then Whisper is a Taiwanese novel by Zhang Yuge, and I would almost describe it as Taiwanese version of The Ring and The Wailing, the Korean horror film. So these are the novels that are being published abroad as horror. And then Ghost Town. So we all know this is that Kevin Chen's book has won awards, major awards, as a literary novel. And it's being published around the world by over a dozen publishers, mainly by literary publishers. But it also contains elements, it's basically the murder mystery. And it also contains the element of horror and magic realism. So in a sense, it can be read as horror and it can be packaged in the same way. So this is a literary novel, which can also be read as with genre interest. And then there's another, this is a crime novel called Before We Were Monsters. And it was inspired by Patrick Susskind's Perfume and Thomas Harris's The Silence of the Lamb. And it contains a lot of very graphic description of corpses. And coincidentally enough, The Silence of the Lamb was the book that, if published in the 80s, might have been published, labeled as horror. But it was published in the 90s, so it was labeled thriller, and which symbolizes the end of the horror era, and then signaled the arrival of the thriller era. And so again, this is a crime novel through and through with very literary writing. But we, for example, we know a Spanish publisher told us that, oh, you know, the horror element is too strong, it's too graphic. They don't think it's mainstream enough. They think this is probably for a smaller, more independent horror publisher. So again, it can be read as several genres. And then crime and mystery, this is the biggest genre of them all. We all know Agatha Christie, and we all love mystery. And this is a book that is very big this year, partly because of the Netflix series. And it uses the framework of legal thriller and has a lot of courtroom drama and tackles some really serious issues like death penalty, like human rights, like the migrant workers. Yeah, and it's done really, really well. And unfortunately, the Netflix series so far is only available in Taiwan. So I know, for example, a lot of foreign publishers are waiting for this to be available in their own market because they think that will make a very, very big difference. So this is another crime novel, and we've sold it in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam, not yet in the Western world. And I think people are just waiting for the right moment. And then we've covered fantasy, romantasy, mystery, crime, and horror. And now this might surprise you. So Wu Mingyi's The Man with the Compound Eyes is mostly considered literary fiction, maybe environmental fiction, but he's published in Catalan by a publisher of science fiction. And Mr. Wu recently attended this Festival 42 in Barcelona. It's a literary festival for fantasy writers. And he drew a huge crowd, one of his sessions, to over 200 people in attendance. So again, this book can be read as several ways. It can be read as fantasy, as sci-fi, or as they say these days, as speculative fiction. And then do we have other Taiwanese sci-fi that we can offer or that have been translated abroad? Sure, this is Andrew Ye's Green Monkey Syndrome, 绿猴节. This is a classic modern Chinese language science fiction collection of stories. It was originally published in the 80s and published again and again several times, and most recently in the spring of 2020, right after the pandemic. And funny enough, the title story, Green Monkey Syndrome, deals with bio-warfare, deals with a new kind of virus that is affecting the world. So it's eerily prophetic in a way, and just it feels that it's a very timely book, even though it was published such a long time ago. So we sold it, we sold the English language audio book right to the US. So right now it only existed as an audiobook in English and not yet as a print book. And then more recently, last year, Zhu Youxun has written this spiritual successor called Secret Testimony. 以下证言将被全面否认. It's a similar style using the kind of alternate history, thinking that only in a more realistic way, only that in 2067, China invades Taiwan, but they didn't succeed. And then 20 years later, there's this future historian who wants to collect a book of oral history about what really happened during and after this war. And so it's kind of a collection of linked stories, and it's kind of difficult to position. It's historical, it's science fiction, it's thriller, it's or just linked stories. And this is the kind of book that can be read or published or interpreted as sci-fi. So those are the genres that I think have the best chance to provide a kind of a shortcut for Taiwan stories. And we've covered the genre elements, but we must remember there's always a very important element in the transaction of the rights, translation rights, which is the people. It's the translators, it's the publishers, it's the agents, it's the scouts who are connecting the dots that are making Taiwan books travel. So that's the thing we've been doing. And next year, during the Taipei Book Fair, in February, the TaiCAT Wence they will be relaunching this fellowship program, and they are bringing 30 people, 30 international publishers, editors, translators, and scouts to Taipei, and hoping to introduce them to more exciting Taiwan stories, and hopefully we'll see even more translations abroad. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Mr. Gray-Tan. I should have mentioned also, as you see, Dr. Gwinnell Gaffrick is on the program. He will be joining us later online at the end of today's panel. I would like next to welcome Dr. Sylvia Marinissen, who will be speaking about Dutch translations of Taiwan literature.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'm a bit confused about what I heard just now from the agency, because I think the European market and the American markets must be really quite different from each other. But let's just begin with my own talk, and perhaps I can refer every now and then towards what I've heard just now. Dutch translations of Taiwan literature. Let me start with saying that actually we haven't done much translations of Taiwan literature in Holland. And I will divide it in fiction and poetry for reasons that will become clear a bit later on. Now, if you want to look up translations of Taiwan literature, we have this really convenient database, which is called Vertaal, which means far away language. And in this you can find all the translations that have been done from Chinese language. So it includes China and Taiwan, but also probably Singapore, Hong Kong, when it was still not belonging to China. And you can also look up, like I did, you can look up how many fiction has been translated from Taiwan, which is in this database. And I think it's probably quite correct. It says 45, it has 45 entries, but actually there are 46 because I discovered that one book was left out. Now, out of these 46 entries, only 7 are books, 39 are short stories. So the books actually is only this whole list. It begins in 1978 with Chen Ruoxi, the execution of the district director Yin Xianzhang. This is actually a collection of short stories that was published. Then next we have Nie Hualing, Two Chinese Women, quite a classical in Taiwan literature. Ling Ang, of course, was translated, Shafu, but it was translated from the French. Then we have Chung Yao, that was translated from English. Bai Xianyong was translated in 2006. We had then Chen Yingzhen in 2006 as well, and lately Sanma was being translated, I think probably thanks to your agency, because you kind of pushed it at the time. But you can see that there's quite a gap between those years, 2006 and 2019. Nothing much happened. Maybe that was also because perhaps translators and publishing houses were more focusing on China, because at that time China was becoming a bit more popular and things were going quite well over there. Now recently, I think in the last years, I find it quite hard. People have, publishers are a bit reluctant to do Chinese literature from China, and somehow Taiwan also gets a little bit drawn into that same issue. But then in 2020, we did have another book from Taiwan, Zhang Guoli, which I actually didn't even know about, so I don't think it really did a lot in Holland anyway. I mean, I didn't even know it existed. I'd only just discovered it when I was looking this up. And although Wu Mingyi has been translated in, I think, nearly all the languages all over the world, nobody in Holland wanted to publish his work. So I'm still trying to find a publisher for his work. And it's really difficult to understand why that is. I know some people, publishers, said to me, oh yeah, we think it's a really good novel, but it's too apocalyptic. We don't think that that's very interesting for the Dutch market. Or some of the publishers who have been doing quite some books from a Chinese language, whether China or Taiwan, they noticed that it's really very hard to sell all those books in Holland. And so they are a bit hesitating. It's not that they don't want to, but it's really hard to draw attention and to get the books promoted. So much is being published these days in so many, from so many countries, and also Dutch literature is much more promoted. And there's all kinds of trends going on which make it more difficult to get literature from Taiwan published. Now, if we look at the stories, there are 39 stories translated, which is in itself not too bad, and it's basically because me and some colleagues in 1996, we started a magazine for Chinese literature, and in this Chinese literature, we meant to do literature that was written in Chinese. Now, I did a PhD on Taiwan poetry, so I was always including the Taiwan stories and poetry from Taiwan. So you see here the covers of these magazines. The idea was always a Chinese face gives the idea that this is about Chinese literature, and the interpunction then shows somehow that this has to do with literature. So this was a design that was made up. And on the next page you can see there's all kinds of writers in there, mainly many of the writers that are quite well known in Taiwan. I think, of course, Li Ang was then translated again. Some stories of Taipei Ren, of Bai Xianyong, Su Weizhen, Ouyangzi, Li Jiao, Zhang Dachun, and quite a lot of Yuan Qiongqiong. And the reason why Yuan Qiongqiong is quite a lot in there is because there was one translator again who really liked her stories, and then also her stories are quite short, the ones that were translated. So it was easy in a way to include them, and they were well read. I think we had at the time the magazine, I mean, it was a magazine for Chinese literature, but I think if I remember correctly, we printed like 500 copies, so don't think in huge numbers. We had 500 copies, and we had 350 subscribers who then got all the issues and read them. So you can see there's one story of Wu Mingyi that wasn't even in this magazine. It was included a couple of years ago in another magazine that did some translations of, again, Chinese literature in general. The copy that you see over here of this magazine was actually one issue that was also focused on Taiwan literature. Now, for poetry, it's a bit different in Holland because my PhD was on Taiwan poetry, and so I know quite a lot about that. And in the line of my thesis, I started my career with translating poetry. And the first, these are all the books that I've done, and I'm actually also, I think these are the only poetry books that have been translated and published in Dutch, because nobody else is doing it. So I started out with Chen Li, and afterwards Shangqi and Xia Yu, because they were really in the line of my PhD thesis. And then afterwards, well, you can actually also see from the covers every time I shift to a different publisher, because then the publisher notices it's not selling very well, perhaps 2 is enough. So the next one on the row, you see Yan Mimi and then Yang Mu, which is another publisher. And then the last ones of Luo Fu, Chen Yuhong, Yini, and then there's another one coming from Yu Guangzhong, which is coming out in March, which I have been fortunately to do mainly because Taiwan has created this great grant system, the subsidies from the Ministry of Culture, which makes it possible for translators to do more literature from Taiwan. But it's, again, the same. Of course, poetry is poetry. For poetry, you never have any big audiences. So every book is published in 400 copies. I don't think they ever sell out, of course. But I still think it's quite important to do it, because through these poems, you can also show Taiwan culture, Taiwan history. So if you look at all these poets that I've translated so far, you see that it's a very diverse. Chen Li and Xia Yu are more very much, well, at the time when I translated them, when they were very much into language experimentation. Then Shangqin was one of the older generation and wrote prose poetry. Yan Mimi has a very jumpy mind, and I think her, well, I know that some people in Holland really enjoyed reading her work simply because her metaphors were so surprising. Then Yang Mu was published, and I chose him because of his elegance. He's a big, not only because he's a big name in Taiwan, but he has this nice sense of a combination of Chinese traditional way of writing, and he knows so much about modern literature as well. So his work is a kind of a combination of East and West. And then for Luo Fu is actually the only volume that I did, which is one book that was published as such in Taiwan as well. So normally I make a selection of 50 poems from all of the work of a poet. But this one was the book Shi Shi Zi Se Wang, so Deaf in a Stone Cell. And I wanted to do that because I think it's a really important book of poetry in Taiwan, and it's, well, as the title says, it is about death, but it's also about life, and it's about all the essential things that are related to life. Then afterwards I did Chen Yuhong because of meditative qualities, and I really love reading her poetry because of musicality and all the nature elements in it. Then after that, I must say Chen Yuhong was also quite well received in Holland, and she came to visit us in May. And although I had a hard time, well, as always, if you are trying to organize activities for writers, whether it's from China or from Taiwan, it's really hard to get a large public. But the people who come are very enthusiastic. So I think that was the same when Chen Yuhong came to us in Holland. There were perhaps not many people coming to listen to her, but I think if you have 20 people coming and 15 people buying books, then you had a good result anyway. And you have to start somewhere. Then in the last, because I'm always thinking about this problem. It's easy to publish, but it's not easy to publish. It's difficult, and it's difficult to translate, but you know, that's the first part that you do. But after that, it starts. You have to promote it. You have to find ways to get it to the reader. And how do you do that in this world in which so many books are being published, and in which so many readers read on their mobile phones? You know, the world is changing. Books are becoming less important. And that's also a reason why I thought it would be good to turn to poetry again, because people have, well, like Great Tan just said just now, often the books from Taiwan and China are these really thick novels. And that's not exactly what people want to have. Well, sometimes if you go on a holiday, but people don't have so much time anymore to read. So the tendency is more towards shorter novels. And I think poetry actually also fits in that line, because when for example, when I talk to students, I just say, it's like, nowadays you have Instagram. In the old days you didn't. You had poetry, but you did the same thing. There was a writer or somebody on Instagram who wants to draw attention to something, and you do it in this way. And I think actually the poetry from Taiwan and from China, because it's often, it can be very surprising, but it's always also very much related to real life. It confronts issues in which we all have to deal with. And in that sense, I think it's quite, it can be quite interesting to deal with all of this. And so I chose Yini actually because she is a writer who also deals with climate change, and she writes about the fact that she had cancer. So then you have another reason, also social reasons for that you can use to promote the books. So you see, all of these books are very diverse. Yu Guangzhong is then a classical one, quite different. I'm going to skip all of this, and I'm going to conclude. This is something that's nice to see. So when Chen Yuhun came, we also went to visit some classes to introduce poetry and poetry from Taiwan to high school students who are studying Chinese. And although many people might say they're not interested, it's the opposite. They are really much interested. And as you can see, it was quite successful. There's 15 people who are listening very attentively. And I think that's where it all starts. Begin with education. If you have young people being interested in it, then you can develop things more. And you actually also have reaction that those young people get the idea of writing poetry themselves. Well, what's next? We just have established a new relationship with the Taiwan文学馆and the Asian Library of Leiden University, which I hope will be fruitful for developing new relationships. Then personally, I gave webinars and I give talks on literature festivals. I try to organize author visits in Holland. I try to contact publishers. I'm organizing a workshop on translating Linguist poetry together with translators in Europe, which will be in March in Zurich. And next year we have the Taipei International Book Exhibition in February, in which Holland will be the guest of honor. And I hope that this really, because we have like 8 or 10 writers who will go to Taiwan. And of course they go because they want their works to be published in Taiwan. But I also really hope that they will take this opportunity to read more Taiwan literature and bring that back to the Netherlands and introduce it a bit more to the Dutch readers, because that's the part that's lacking. Hey, thank you very much.
Thanks so much for incredibly well-informed and personal reflections. We're going to welcome now, just to say hello, Dr. Gwenelle Gaffrick, as promised. before we turn to our next speaker, Dr. Anna Gustafsson-Chun. Welcome Dr. Gwenaëlle Gaffric, calling in from France. We should be able to hear you shortly. We're still fixing the sound. It looks like 下面好像有静音. Okay. All right. So, having welcomed Dr. Gaffric, we'll now welcome Dr. Anna Gustafsson-Chun to speak about Taiwanese literature and Swedish translation.
Right, so I've been asked to talk a bit about translation of Taiwanese literature into Swedish and its reception. And it's going to be a very sad story, especially now that we've seen like the Czech Republic has a special, even people working in the Oriental Institute, especially studying Taiwan literature. And then we have all these lovely translations of Taiwanese poetry into Dutch. And I know that when we have the French coming on, they will have so much translated because they're really good at this. So I'm feeling a bit ashamed on behalf of the Swedish people here because we really haven't done very much in this area. Very, very few works by Taiwanese writers have been translated into Swedish. And I'm going to show you a few pictures, very few, obviously. But before we do that, before we take a look at what works have been translated, I would like to give you a little bit of a background, perhaps as a kind of excuse. You know, Sweden is a small country. It's perhaps not that small when it comes to the surface, but when you look at the population, it's quite small. We have only about 10 million inhabitants. And so even if we include Swedish-speaking people in other parts of the world, like Norway and Finland and the US, the market for books in the Swedish language is very, very small. I can tell you a story. I used to work for a time with a children's book publishing company. We published books from around the world, world literature for children. And we were going to do a picture book from Japanese, which was called The Ghost Train. It was very popular in Japan. And so we were buying the rights, and they were asking us, they said, how many copies are you going to print? And we said, 1,000 copies. And they were like, 1,000 copies? I don't know how many copies this book sold in Japan, but like millions of copies. And so we had to explain to them that, well, there are only 10 million, and in this age group, we are only so many, and 1,000 is actually quite a lot, because usually we sell like 500. And they were so shocked, they just could not understand how you could even publish books when you only sell so few copies. But unfortunately, that is the way it is. But maybe because Swedish is a small language, maybe that's also why translated books make up quite a large part of the book market here. You know, in the US and the UK, sometimes there's not a lot of translation done because there's such a lot of books in English already. So a lot of them feel that they don't need translated books. But when you have a small language, you need input from the outside. I guess maybe the Dutch have the same thing that we do. So last year, there was a little bit more than 11,600 titles published in total. And about 18% of them were translations. And this is actually less than before. If you go back 10 years in time, that would have been 20%, like one book in 5. But now it's 18%, and that's because, it's mainly because younger people often read in English nowadays. So there are less English books translated into Swedish. Of these 11,600 titles, about 46% were fiction, prose and poetry, so something a bit more than 5,000 titles were fiction. And out of those 5,000 something titles, there were only 10 that were translated from Chinese. And none of them, unfortunately, were from Taiwan. And that's basically the situation. Now, if you look back in time, I tried to find the earliest translations of Chinese language literature into Swedish. And the first one I found was an abbreviated version of the Analects, the Lunyu, which was published in 1707. So that's quite early. But it wasn't translated directly from Chinese. And it wasn't a separate book. It was an add-on to another book about King Solomon. You know, King Solomon from the Bible was supposed to be very wise, like a wise philosopher. So there was this book about the philosopher King Solomon, and at the end they added something about the Chinese philosopher Confucius. And there was only a small part, and it was all translated from Latin, actually, into Swedish. And as for poetry, the first Chinese poetry translations that I found was a collection called Chinese Poems in Swedish Verse from 1894. And those translations were based on French and English translations. So if you want something translated directly from Chinese, you have to go onto the 1920s, where we have a famous Swedish sinologist called Bernhard Karlgren, Gabenhan. And he translated stories, older stories like Tranchi and stuff like that, into Swedish. But as for poetry, I think we have to go already to the 1940s when we have poetry translated directly from Chinese and not through another language. And that's not really very long ago. It's only like 80 years ago. Even if you go back to Gabenhan in the 1920s, it's only 100 years. So the story of translations from Chinese, even if we include the Chinese mainland and the whole the Sinophone world, is not very long. And when you look at poetry and prose from Taiwan, it's very difficult to find something that goes very far back in time. There was one translation in the 1980s, I think, by some short stories by Chen Ruoxi. But after that, basically the first good ones was in the early 1990s. And now I should give you a picture here, okay? You should see something else. Now, you can see that to the left, in 1991, Göran Malmqvist, Ma Yueran, translated a collection of poems by Shang Qin, which was called The Deep Frozen Torch, 冷藏的火把. And that contained 80 poems from two of Shang Qin's collections, in Dream or Dawn, and Thinking with Your Feet. And that was a poetry collection that was very well received by the critics. And it's interesting when you look back at older reviews in the newspapers, because you can see that some of the reviewers are really not ashamed of showing that they don't understand. They can say things like, I don't know anything about literature from Taiwan or China, but I like this. And I think nowadays, most of the critics would be a little bit more, they would try to make sure that they have a background knowledge, at least when they write a review like that. But the book was very well received, and in fact, it made it onto a critic's top 10 books of the week list in the major Swedish newspapers. So it was chosen like one of the best books of the week for several weeks, which has to be said as a real success. In 1992, the year after, we have a translation of Li Ang's novella, The Butcher's Wife, Shafu. And that translation was made by a man called Lennart Lundberg, who was also a sinologist, and who, in fact, started a publishing house in order to publish this book and other literature from China. And that publishing house is, in fact, still working today, and it has turned into one of Sweden's most well-renowned publishers of world literature. So they have expanded a little bit from Chinese into world literature. So that was in 1992, and in 1991, again, Göran Malmqvist published another translation, and that was an anthology of Taiwanese poetry called 9 Voices from Taiwan. And it consisted of poems by Ji Xian, Luo Fu, Yu Guangzhong, Shang Qin, Ya Xian, Luo Men, Yang Mu, Luo Qing, and Xia Yu. And again, it was very well received. The critics called the collection wonderfully charming. And they were very interested to see this combination and this mixture of influences from traditional Chinese as well as modern Western poetry. So you could say in the 1990s we had kind of a short breakthrough for the translation of literature from Taiwan. However, after 9 voices from Taiwan, we had to wait 12 years for another work of Taiwanese literature in Swedish. And that was, again, Göran Malmquist, who is undoubtedly the person who has done most for Taiwanese literature in Swedish. I mean, he's basically the only one who did something for Taiwanese literature in Swedish. And he published this very beautiful collection of poems by Yang Mu, which in Swedish is called The Green Knight. And you can see it on the left. And I think this picture really doesn't do the book justice. It's a very beautiful book. And if I don't remember this wrong, and I think Chen Wenfen knows this, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was nominated for several awards because, as a design award, because it was very beautiful. I mean, the book is really a really pretty book. But after that poetry collection, we have had no collections of Taiwanese poetry published in Swedish. So, and that was already in 2002. So it's been, 20 years, and we had one single collection of Taiwanese poetry published in Swedish, although we have had some poems in different magazines, like by Chen Yuhong now lately. What we have after that is some works of prose, actually only 3 works of prose. And you can see one there, there's Lin Haiyin, Cheng Nan Jiu Shi in 2015. And then after that, we had in 2020, we had Wu Mingyi, The Man with Compound Eyes, and The Stolen Bicycle. And that is it. We have these 3 novels, 2 novels, 1 novella, and if you go back to the 1980s, we have the short story collection, and then we have 3 poetry collections, and that's all. So, I mean, it's really, really nothing. It's quite depressing, I think. But there is actually one kind of Taiwanese literature that has done quite well in Sweden during the last few years, and that is literature for children. So between 2013 and 2021, we have 9 picture books by Taiwanese writers and illustrators published in Sweden. Like you can see here, you have 3 picture books by Chen Zhiyuan. And they were also, I think the first one, Guji Guji, was actually awarded some kind of children's book prize in Sweden. Then, of course, you have Jimmy Liao. We have 4 books by him. Actually, there are 5 books, but the first book he didn't write. He illustrated a book by an American writer. So these are the 4 books that he wrote and illustrated himself. And then finally, we have 2 books by Liu Xugong. So I think in some sense, picture books seem to be the success story of Taiwanese literature in Swedish, if you could possibly talk about a success story. Perhaps that's because you don't need any prior knowledge of Taiwanese society or Chinese culture to read these books. They are very, very universal, and you just look at the beautiful pictures and then you fall in love with them, and that's it. So then the question is, why? Why have we no translations of Taiwanese literature in Swedish? Well, I think for one thing, with the exception of Göran Malmquist, we hadn't had anyone who actively promoted it. And in order to introduce something new to the Swedish book market, whether it's books from a new country or a new culture or even a new writer, you need someone who works quite hard to promote this to Swedish publishers. And my experience is that publishers in Sweden are generally quite cautious. Or rather, you could put it this way. The big publishing houses are very commercial, and therefore they are very cautious. They want to publish books that make money. They want to know, they want to feel sure in advance that they can make money. And then there are the small publishing houses that are usually created by people who love literature and don't care about money and don't understand money even. And they don't care so much about the commercial aspects. But if they publish a book, they do not have the resources to publicize it and to find a way to reach readers. So either you publish a book with them and nobody finds it and nobody reads it, or you hope for a big publishing house, but they say no because they don't think they're going to make any money. So that's one of the big problems we have. And I think that's not just a problem for Taiwanese literature or for literature in Chinese, but from almost all literature that is not from the US or the UK, or from Europe at least. And usually if a book has not been translated into English, first, the Swedish publishers don't want it. They don't even look at it. I always try to tell them, but there's a French translation, because there almost always is a French translation. And then they're like, no, French, no, we want English. So you have to make a very great effort to convince someone to publish a writer who is unknown in Sweden and has not made like a big splash in English. And there are reasons, of course. I mean, I can sort of understand it because the publishers have to make a big investment in these books. And it's more expensive to publish books in translations than original works because, as I said, the Swedish book market is very small and it's difficult for them to make money out of it. And normally the people who do this kind of introductory work are, on the one hand, you have the agents. And I think, you know, when you look at the Books from Taiwan website, that's a very good resource where you have already samples translated and books presented. But then the other group that is very important is translators. And the last few years, we have had in Sweden perhaps 5 people who do any kind of translation from Chinese. Most of them are not very active, perhaps translate one book now and then, maybe one book every 2 years or so. And none of them have really, I mean, all of them are specialized or focused on literature from mainland China, except for one person who is in love with Hong Kong literature, which is also very difficult to publish in Swedish. And I think basically the problem for us is now that since we have no one who is really focused on Taiwan literature, then we don't know enough. We don't know enough to make the right choices that we can present to the publishers. And, well, to get that knowledge, you need time and you need effort. We need to know what kind of literature is written in Taiwan, but also what types of works that Swedish publishers would be interested in. And we haven't really started doing that work yet, but I hope that starting from now with this seminar and all this energy that's coming from everyone here in this room, I think we can start doing that for the future.
We'd like now to welcome Dr. Gwenaëlle Gaffrick, and congratulations on your recent awarding of the Taiwan France Cultural Prize. I hope you can hear me. Gwenaëlle Gaffrick is the chief editor of Lazitech Asian Fiction and an incredibly prolific translator. I now turn it over to you to talk about a history of your fiction series in France.
No? No, not yet. Yeah. Hello? So maybe I have to switch to my cell phone, actually. Okay, you can hear me, right? Okay, great. Okay, so let me share my screen, if it's possible. So okay, here it is. I hope that everyone can hear me and see the PPT. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm sorry I can't be here physically. I would have been happy to talk with my fellow translators from different languages, but I'm not in France. So I would like to discuss in the time allotted to me the birth and the evolution of the Taiwan fiction collection series. And I have been the pleasure to be chief editor, editing director since 2015 at the French publishing house Lazitech. But first, to better contextualize the creation of this series, I need to point out the existence of 2 other collections of Taiwanese literature in France. So actually, the very first one collection in your left, or in my left, in the screen, called Lettres Taïwanaises in French, was created in the early 2000s by scholars Isabelle Rabu, Angèle Pinault, and Chen Haoting. It's traveling, or let's say a nomadic collection, which doesn't always work with the same publishing house. And also the reason the pace of publication has slowed considerably in recent years, this collection has had the merit of giving greater visibility to Taiwanese literature in French at a time with thousands or 90s where the few Taiwanese novels translated in French were often trial runs with publishing houses of different sizes, though not the same publishing house. So it was hard at that time to find to have visibility on Taiwanese literature. So the aim of this collection is to publish works that belong, let's say, to the canon, Jingdian, of Taiwanese literary history, including works from the 50s to the contemporary period. So it also has a strong academic dimension. And the second collection, which is actually the latest one, was born in 2017, Poésie de Taiwan, Taiwanese poetry, on the right, directed by Marie Laureat, who's also a scholar, was founded within the Circe publishing house, which mainly publishes poetry from all of the world. And as to date, there are actually 40 books that have already been published. So the collection was I am now the director of Taiwan Fiction, is linked to one publisher, l'Asiatech, and was created in 2015. And we have published to date 10 books, and the last one is Liang's Le Bancaire Aphrodisiaque, Tu es un chef. And I think that Liang is also with you today. So as I will have the opportunity to explain, our editorial line is a little different, as we insist on publishing contemporary texts, emphasizing their literary qualities and the powerful social issues they tackle as well. So our intention is a little less academic, I would say, than for two published collections, as we want to give Taiwanese literature the status of a literature that speaks from the word, of the word, and for the word, and not so much for itself, if I can say so. So actually there are quite a lot of similarities in the three series in terms of selection and processes. Actually we all, I mean the directors are all scholars, having already produced Taiwanese literary translations with other publishers before we create the series. We also sometimes play the roles of translators for various reasons, such as could be good knowledge of the writer, of personal taste, or limited sometimes financial resources, or sometimes short translation deadlines as well. And in some cases, other translators propose books to us, but at the end, we choose to accept them or not. So other prerogatives are from the chief editors are generally granted to the director, including those to discuss and determine maybe translation standards from the Chinese, Taiwanese, the pratext, I would say the prefaces, postfaces, footnotes, and so on. And sometimes even book covers is the case for the Taiwan fiction series. So we are usually also responsible for applying grants from various organizations, be they French or Taiwanese, also monitoring the translation rights contracts. And since we have some knowledge of Taiwan languages or literature, we're also required to do copy editing, proofreading, revising the translations produced by our colleagues. And so this kind of process includes the time-consuming discussion with translators on different translation options, strategies, which is quite a rare experience from translating work from other European languages, because usually editors can't read Chinese, but we have this advantage to be able to read Chinese and then to work with our translators. So an important dimension for me is always finding the right translator for the right text. So in this collection, I sometimes translate works myself, for Minyi or Chidawe, for instance. But I also try to find the translator who would best empathize or merge with the original work because maybe of their literary affinities, ties, or even the life experiences. So that's the case, for instance, for the last two books we published. Les Yeux de l'Océan, Sherman Rapangan's last novel, whose translator Damien has very strong experience of language, or for Leon's novel, whose translator Coraline has a strong experience and feeling for that book and for the writer in particular. So the three series have their own features that I want to share with each other. So, for instance, in terms of historical periods, we are more into the contemporary period. So we intend to give more voice to contemporary Taiwanese authors who published works after 1987, or exclusively. Actually, most of them have been published in Taiwan after 2000. So without concern, actually, for their literary canonization. So that can explain that some of our books in the collection series have not yet, for some of them, been consecrated by Taiwanese scholars or readers, such as, for instance, Huang Chongkai's novel, 比命往心更远的地方, or other writers that are not big classics of Taiwanese literature, but that we want to be heard in France as well. So, in fact, we have two kinds of publications, either works by single writers, novels mainly, or sometimes collection of short stories, or thematic collections, so which I select from works by various contemporary authors. Actually, there is an interesting case, which is not totally the same for other books. Maybe you have an idea, which is the screenplay of The City of Sadness, 北京城市的剧本. Okay, and this case is interesting because it's the very first book that we've published in the collection. So as you can see, the cover is also a little different. So it's technically the first book in the collection, but I usually introduce Chidawe's novel, Membrane, more, which I'll come back to later as the real launch of the collection. But nevertheless, it's interesting to note that at the beginning, the publisher and I were keen to begin our collaboration with a project that combined cinema and literature. Because indeed, until the 2000s, Taiwanese cinema, notably represented by the new wave with directors such as Wu Xiaoxian or Yang Dechao, Cai Mingliao, was better known in France than its literature. So as the publisher wanted at that time a project linked to cinema, both cinema and literature, I proposed the translation of this screenplay, which seemed interesting in several respects. First, it's probably Hu Xiaoxian's most narrative film, and there is a fascinating plot in it. The fact that there are also two writers, Zhu Jianwen and Nian Zhen, who wrote the story and the dialogues. And third, the film is also fascinating for what it tells us about Taiwanese history, its linguistic, ethnic issues, and so on. But after this first, I would say, foray or attempt, I wanted to officially launch this collection with a strong text that would speak about contemporary Taiwan, while at the same time being surprising and disconcerting in its form itself. So, with this first text for a collection in 2015, I wanted people or readers to be able to say, oh, okay, literature from Taiwan is quite different, both in terms of its form, of its themes, and so on. So I wanted to make a book with a singular voice. So my first idea at that time was to translate Xu Miaojian's works, which dated back to the 90s as well, and which had, at that time, maybe been before attracted the interest of French publishers. It's also texts that are dialogue or links to France. But unfortunately, when it came time to make an offer to buy the translation rights, another French publisher was alerted and outbid, so it made made an offer that was higher than ours, so we didn't make it. But then I proposed Monpan, so a queer science fiction novel by Tidaway that was somehow forgotten at the time, including Taiwan, but which seems powerful for me from 2 points of view, both in terms of its form, its genre, as a science fiction novel, and very avant-garde in its subject matter, and also thematically as the issues surrounding LGBTQ rights in Taiwan were also topical and were being discussed around the world at that time. So it has been quite a wonderful adventure to translate and publish this book in France, not only because it was a little success commercially, but also critically. For instance, it was, can just show you the screen, it was also canonized by a French science fiction publisher in this collection, the third one, the one with the 9, because in this collection it's reserved traditionally to worldwide science fiction classic. So it has some success as well in the science fiction sphere as well. It was also shortlisted for several awards. And Tidaway has also been invited to several festivals in France. And I would like to mention also 2 more amusing things too. I think that this opportunity to be translated in French has given Tidaway a renewed desire to write literature as well. Actually, he hasn't written anything fictional, I mean, since the 90s, but then he has done us the honor of writing his first fiction in over 20 years for the Pearl collection. So I think this new visibility also has helped somehow to launch translations of this book in other languages, in other countries, and I think that Monpan has now been translated in many languages after the French translation. So I guess that it has maybe something to do with the French translation of the novel. And speaking of festivals, actually this is a very important thing to us, because even though we don't have a big commercial market in terms of publishing, since we are an independent publishing house, not a big major publishing group, but we attach a great deal of importance to this kind of living dimension of literature. And the success, I believe, of our collection series is also measured by both the award nominations we had, but also by invitations to festivals in France or various cities in different regions. So I think I don't have the time to discuss more about festivals, but I have quite a few little stories about the different festivals where Taiwanese authors were present as well. And I think that time is quite over, but I just wanted to conclude with an idea that I developed in this book, in the chapter of this book, Taiwanese literature as world literature, discussing the concept of what the French sociologist Pascal Casanova called the World Republic of Letters, who tried to analyze how words pick the literary and cultural capital to find a place in world literature and the organization of the world literary field. And in this book, Pascal Casanova challenges the classic definition of translation as the movement of a text from one language to another within the traditional framework, which was linguistic exchange. And she argues that the translation managed by translators, publishers, sponsors, are never linear or horizontal or neutral. And I'm feeling it as part of my effort. I hope that we are trying to do in France, but in other countries as well, make Taiwan's equals, voices heard in this World Republic of Literature. So thank you, all of you, for listening.
Thanks very much. I'd like to invite back our speakers to the stage. from Gray about genres that appeal to international markets and the human touch, and some very exciting news about the Taipei Book Fair coming up. We heard from Tanya about social networks, the importance of personal connections when it comes to getting Taiwan stories told overseas. We've heard from Anna how difficult that's been in Sweden. And we've heard from Sylvia, based on 27 years now since you started that magazine, in 96. Very personal stories about how translators, individual translators, and this would be the case of Sweden as well, with Goran Alquist, can make all the difference. So I'm wondering, I'd love to hear, I'll pose the first question to you all to answer perhaps one by one before we open the floor. I'd like to hear a bit how, for example, today's session and also Taiwan's changing relationships in the world, particularly in Europe, where most of you have a lot of experience, are changing the prospects for Taiwan's literature and translation. We've heard, for example, from Gwen, how Ji Dawei's translations of Membranes have given him a new lease on life for his fiction writing. We heard from Anna how if a book is not first translated into English, it seems to not appeal to a Swedish market. Yet we know also from Tanya's presentation that so many of the early translations were done first into German and French. And I know how many wonderful works are in Czech, surprisingly, that are not yet in English. And so I'd like to hear now how, as Taiwan is getting, I think, really exciting cultural openings in Sweden, in Eastern Europe, and the Baltic states, and so on, what this might mean for the promotion of Taiwanese literature and translation in those places and globally. Perhaps we can start with Gray and then move down the line.
Yes. Yeah, I think things have certainly changed a lot. I remember about a decade ago when I just started to represent Chinese language authors, all the focus in the world was on China. And like all the Chinese to English translators, they're in Beijing. Most of them came to China because there are more opportunities, job opportunities, and they stayed. And 10 years later, they're all gone. They're all back to the US, back to the UK, and many of them are now in Taipei. And there are even a lot of Taiwanese American authors who are now, who come back during the pandemic. And these are all like all the new resources that we've never had before. And so definitely I think that is yeah, I think now Taiwan is in the spotlight compared to 10 years ago.
Okay, I will also say something about the Czech Republic, where Taiwan is in the spotlight for about, I think, at least 3 and more years. Why Taiwan is now very well received in the Czech Republic is it has to do something with the international politics, and not only international but domestic politics, where there was a huge kind of change from backing China, and our highest political representative started to endorse Taiwan. As you may know, our president of the Senate came here in 2020 and had this speech where he ended saying that was a Taiwan. And this has a big impact here in Taiwan, but it also had a huge impact back in the Czech Republic. And being Czech Republic having only 10 million inhabitants as well as Sweden, we have more than 20 books being translated and more than 40 authors being translated in Czech. I mean, not everybody has a whole book. Of course, there are also individual stories. So I think that with and it all happened in the past 10 years with the effort of a few people. There are two translators, Jana Benešová and Pavlína Krámská. Both of them went with one individual small publishing house. It's not really a success in terms of money, I guess. And of course, a huge effort of Tomáš Řízek, who is sitting over there. He is now currently the only publisher who is doing Taiwanese literature with 2 or 3 books per year. And he is investing his own money into this, so it can go on. So I have to thank him for this. And secondly, because it has such a huge impact to Czech audience, I mean, the normal Czech people start to be sensitive towards Taiwanese issues. So more more actors are now being interested, and I'm really happy that next year there is a huge literary festival called 1 month of like Readers Month, and this festival is also promoted by one very small publishing house, and they are inviting 31 Taiwanese authors to go to Czech Republic, and they are going to be paired together with Czech authors, and they are going to travel to 2 Czech cities and then go to Slovakia and do this 1-week tour, and then they will introduce both Czech and the Taiwanese writings, and each of these sessions are usually very well attended. So there will be about, like, each session has about more than 100 like 100 people in audience. So I think that, and although I like literature, but we very often see that these the aspects which are coming out of the literature itself are very important, and in this case it's politics.
Yeah, it's working now. I get so envious when I hear this. I think it sounds really wonderful. I think in Sweden, Taiwan is getting more and more attention, but it's not an attention that has anything to do with culture or literature. It's purely political. And it comes and goes as the threat from China comes and goes. And that means also that I think you could probably find publishers who would be interested in Taiwanese literature, but they would be interested in political literature, you know? And it's actually the same thing for mainland China, that publishers tend to focus on things like are forbidden or political or critical, or they need to have this extra edge to them, which is a kind of a pity, because at the same time, you often hear these conflicting opinions that some people say that, oh, all these books about politics, but then in the next moment they're also like, oh, this book is only about ordinary people that are like us. Why they're not more exotic? Why isn't there more? You know, they're looking for some kind of conflict, but at the same time they want it to be recognizable. So, yeah, but I think that one of the things, though, is that I think that when it comes to translators and people working with China, I can feel that there is, in some sense, a kind of fatigue. I mean, all these people have been focusing on China or Chinese literature, mainland Chinese literature. And there was a period when I started reading Chinese when you were feeling that things were getting better and more positive in mainland China. So there was kind of a good vibe. Things are developing. But now, things are not developing in the right direction. And a lot of people are getting very tired, and I think a lot of people now are sort of turning their eyes to something where they can use their Chinese, but something which feels positive. And I think that Taiwan is then the positive alternative, because you can see a society where you use Chinese, you have Chinese language, but it's a positive society, it's democratic, you have human rights, you have rights, LGBT rights, and for us as translators and sinologists, it's such a great thing to be able to not all the time work in an environment that is completely oppressive all the time. And I think that perhaps is what will make a difference, that you have people working with the translation who turn their eyes away from mainland China and towards Taiwan and start working with that. Because as we have seen in all these presentations, I think it has quite a lot to do with individuals, and the individual who focuses on one type of literature and promoting it. Like you have one publisher who decides to invest his own money in publishing, or you have a translator who translates Taiwanese poetry. So it's about individuals, and I think that Taiwan is kind of a positive China for us. Yeah. And in fact, I have to say, I think there are, in some ways, because Taiwan has more of this modern feeling to it, it's more, we can find more similarities, I think, in Taiwanese society and Swedish society or European society. So it's kind of easier to connect, I think, for Swedish people to Taiwanese culture and Taiwanese literature if they only knew it. Yeah.
Yes, I can confirm that it's very important to have individual efforts put into this translation of literature. In Holland, we are also just a small country. There's 3 translators translating from Chinese, and I'm actually the only one who does Taiwan literature, mainly poetry. I would like to do prose as well, but it's really difficult, and I think the 2 other translators are still very much focused upon China. So basically the idea is also just to find more, which is all quite difficult to find new translators from the Chinese language, because one of the problems is also just really very basic. If you want to do a lot of translations, you have to have money to do it. You have to live from something. And most young people simply, one, they feel it's very insecure because you don't know what your income is. 2, you live, you work at home, you don't have any colleagues, so it's very lonely. And that's not something that everybody wants to do. So the first problem starts is not for how do we get people to be drawn to Taiwan, which is very important in my eyes as well. But the first step to make is how do we get more translators from Chinese language in general in Holland, because, well, as I said, we are just, there's 3 of us who actually do the translating.
Thank you. Finally, I think we'll have Gwen have the final word.
Yeah, maybe it's a little bit different in France, since we have a long tradition, including academic tradition actually of literary translation. But there is also something, I would say, generational about the interest in Taiwanese literature. So, for instance, people of my age, and in their 30s or even younger, have a strong attachment to Taiwan because they studied there, they spent some time there. There are also more, I would say, sentimental social connections with contemporary life in Taiwan. And there's also this positive dimension Anna just mentioned, which is also very important. I think young readers or students in France are also a little fed up with reading Chinese novels that are too dark, or that are always revolving around China's recent and tragic history. So what is actually funny is that what's different with the previous generation was that translators of Chinese literature were accidentally translating Taiwanese literature before, and it's a bit the reverse now. I mean, French publishers are seeking out translators of Taiwanese literature to translate Chinese literature. So it's kind of a reverse that what it was before. I mean, the fact that people, more older translators were more interested in Chinese literature, and then there is completely the opposite. Young translators who are very into Taiwanese literature and who come from the Taiwanese literature to the Chinese literature. So it's also a marker of generation, I guess.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much to the speakers. I wish there was time to open up the floor to questions, but we're just into the tea break now, so I encourage all of you to interact, ask our incredible experts whatever's burning up your mind in the remaining 15 minutes of the tea break, and I believe we restart at 3:40. Thank you so much. Yeah.
可以吗？可以吗？ Thank you. OK, thank you. 谢谢大家。Thank you. 谢谢各位参与啊，我们这一场就到这个地方，谢谢怡恩。OK， 那接下来我们外面有短暂的这个茶点时间，茶水时间没有点，茶水时间啊。那麻烦大家在下午3点40分的时候回到现场，好，3点40分。
Hello， 思宏，我们现在先测试一下，那待会就是张淑英老师会先介绍，那这个时候就是你就是继续留在线上这样。好 ，OK， 哼，请问？我是一开始就上线，还是我讲话的时候？你可以一直在线上，但是其他人发表的时候，你的麦克风就先关起来。你现在听得到我们现场的声音嘛？哈，所以到时候请你分享的时候，你就要再把麦克风打开，这样。可以，没问题，可以先测试一下。有，现在，你这样子就可以了。你可能就会不见了，然后我觉得这样是 OK， 这样我是 OK。好，没问题。字可能有一点点难，但画面是 OK 的。好，那你可以保持留在线上就好了，然后那个麦克风就先关掉，这样。好 ，OK， 好，谢谢。 喂，各位现场的来宾，如果你们刚刚在进来的时候有借导览机的话，麻烦请现在先把导览机还到外面，谢谢。
好，各位贵宾，第2场台湾文学与世界思潮的交流与互动，我们即将开始。对，好，我们邀请我们的主持人张淑英教授。张淑英教授现任台北医学大学副校长也是我们西班牙推动台湾文学进西班牙的非常重要的人物。我们这次这场的主讲人有陈玉红女士，陈玉红诗人我们的作家李昂女士，以及陈文芬女士。好，我们请玉旭上台，以及我们在线上的我们的作家陈思宏。好。那接下来的时间，我们将我们的这个主持交给我们的张淑英老师，谢谢。
各位现场的观众朋友、老师朋友、学生吧，大家好。那在我们这一场次开始之前呢，再一次恭喜陈玉红女士，获得这么难得的瑞典的产奖。那昨天看到她在联合报发表的一篇文章，我们这一场要讲的真的就是只有文学，没有其他。那很开心大家今天留到这边，我用很简短的1分钟。我是张淑英，那过去是辅仁大学西班牙文系毕业，在台湾大学外文系服务了23年。那今年暑假借调到台北医学大学担任副校长。那我自己觉得，来主持这个节目，昨天在 FB 上面说，台湾文学馆请我来主持这个活动，我心里其实很澎湃。但是呢，要跟3位过去从来不曾有交集的机会，但是可能平行错身而过的机会很多。那我就在想，3位大师文人会不会是想，怎么是这一位来主持我们的节目呢？那我一定要把它勾勒起来一下。我刚一路在高铁上看上一场英文的场次，我在想，只有一个原因。虽然我坐在这个右端因为我的年龄呢，可以跟今天4位的讲者呢，我刚好是那个跷跷板的中间。后2者加起来跟前2者加起来是一样的，所以呢，今天我们要介绍台湾文学，就是台湾文学的过去、现在与未来。其实我们就是在这样平行的发展。那很寄望今天的3位讲者，还有在线上的陈思宏先生，我们未来的新秀，大家可以一起来努力。但是大家知道，台湾文学这么多年来，我作为一个西班牙语的学者，我想也是可以在这边跟大家分享魔幻写实大家在讲这个是西班牙语文学对两岸的作家影响最深的可能等一下大家谈的时候都会或多或少有一些与我心有戚戚焉。那我就话不多说，30年来台湾的文学外译，我在1990年认识齐邦媛教授，他那时候跟我说，你一定要把台湾文学介绍出去。我真的没有想到，慢慢30年，要到我今天已经这把年纪了，才突然觉得好像有那么一点能力可以做的。所以希望在座的各位，我们跟上一场一样，介绍到欧洲其他各个语言，我们也希望可以介绍到西班牙语。那今天呢，我们很开心，就从陈玉红女士来谈她这一生的这个创作历程，很多这个诗集很不容易，然后又是女诗人我们在座4位都是女士然后她这么多年来的一个笔耕，又得到这个奖，怎么从自己的身份去看文学外译，还有包括台湾文学的发展。那我们就先请陈玉红女士，大家给她一个热烈的掌声，再一次恭喜她。
各位好，谢谢你们还留在现在，有几位是新的，翁老师陈老师都是新的刚刚到的我们只有15分钟，对不对？好，我很快的讲一下我今天就是在那个佩蓉老师跟我联络的时候，我就说我其实不太适合来，因为好像那个题目都是非常学术的，跟那个淑英老师说的是完全一样的话那不过他就说，其实我可以讲讲我自己的这个交流创作，所以我今天定的题目就是 创作、翻译、背译跟交流啊，背译就是被翻译啊。那我要从创作讲起，因为我觉得如果说要讲到我的翻译的话，其实真的是从创作开始的啊。那从创作呢，又要讲到我的阅读，所以这其实都是息息相关的。就是在我的阅读的时候，我的阅读都是外文比较多一点，因为我是读外文系的。所以等到我创作的时候，其实我念书的时候并没有什么文创系，没有的，我们都是自己看自己乱写，然后自己就变成现在这个样子，有点像 Martinson， 完全是自学的，真的创作是自学的啊！我一点都不惊奇说 Martinson 是这样子一个，就是他在海上工作，他做了所有的工作，然后后来写小说，写 prose， 然后写到诗，然后最后。他发现诗是他最好的一个创作的一个媒介啊，我完全不意外，因为诗本身就是它没有什么学术的东西了，它是很多的想象力，那很多人生的阅历，很多文字的锻炼，很多的阅读。那我相信 Martinson 先生，他虽然没有进过正规的什么所谓的语言学校，这个学校那个学校，可是他的阅读一定很多。我知道他常常上图书馆，我知道他念 Bible 念的很多，所以 Bible 就是最好的文学一个根源啊。那就像我们读经书一样的啊。所以对我来讲也是第一步，所有我的到现在第一步开始都是阅读。那阅读就包括在学校学的就是中国文学啊，然后就是西洋文学啊。所以对我来讲，创作就是文学的一种锻炼吧，你的文学的一种阅历，跟你人生的一种阅历，还有就是你文字上面自己的一个锻炼啊。那从我的创作，大概在我创作了这么多年之后，我大概从2009年才开始真正敢翻译啊。为什么会等了那么久？因为我觉得翻译，我常讲就是说翻译我们是讲2个语言，一个是所谓的 target language。一个是 source language， 就是说你的原著的语言跟你的目标的语言呢。那比如说我的 source language 是英文，我的 target language 是中文、华文。那可是我觉得翻译诗，我想也许淑英也有这个感觉。翻译诗其实我常讲翻译诗有第3个语言呢，那个语言就是诗的语言。因为诗有时候并不是完全是口语的，它是有它自己的 poetic 的 language， 它有一种跳跃性，它有一种断裂性，它有一种不确定性啊。那你要怎么样在就是说，比如说你有一个字有很多种意思的时候，你要怎么样判断哪一个是最好的字？所以有时候就说，就是这为什么就是我说我在创作很多年的写诗的经验之后，我才敢翻译，我才敢确定说，我对于这个诗的是个诗人，是我比较能够了解，我知道他语言的那种方向在哪里啊。那这就是为什么我就说我的过程是阅读、写作，然后再翻译。翻译对我来讲，其实在很多方面可能比写作还要更困难哦。所以我对于翻译，我常常讲就是说，写作对我来讲是很轻松，可以说很轻松啊，就是说。你只要有你的想法，你只要知道怎么样去把它表达出来。那可是翻译呢？你是在穿着人家的鞋子，你必须要这样子做。那马悦然先生他在翻译The Great Enigma 巨大的谜语这本书，他就说翻译者呢是一个工匠，那工匠呢在古时候是奴隶。所以翻译的人就像奴隶一样，因为你就是要做苦工嘛，你就是要翻译嘛。然后翻译的人就像演员，他必须要表现这个原作者他想要表现的，你要替他表现啊，把它表现成另外一种语言。那所以你是一个工匠，你是个演员的时候，你要压抑你的自我，你要把你的自我压得很低，你不能够就说我要这样就那样，因为你是要配合你的原作的，再表达出来啊。那你不能够想要怎么样去超越它，怎么样表达你自己要非常压抑的。所以对我来讲，这个是一个让我很平衡的一个工作，就是我的创作我可以随意表达，可是我在翻译的时候，我必须要压抑我自己 那不要那么自我那么大啊，就是说这是一种训练啊。那所以我觉得翻译来讲，对我是一个很是一个我觉得是很好的一个工作。然后从我的翻译，刚才我们就讲到，就是说翻译的这个译者怎么去找他的书啊，怎么去找他的翻译的书啊。对我来讲，我翻译的书都是我喜欢的。第一个是我必须要非常喜欢这个，我对这个作者要有了解。也有人说翻译就像一个联姻，一个婚姻啊，就说一个好的婚姻是很难的，一个好的快乐的婚姻是很难的。那最基本的呢，就说你们两个人要有互相的了解哈。所以就说你翻译的人最好你跟他有一个了解，然后就说你不是说对他的人，对他的作品要有了解。所以我翻译的每一位作家，我都是看遍了他所有的东西，几乎是这样子。我把他的东西全部读遍，然后我才敢就说我知道他的语言在哪一个方向。那所以我就说为什么翻译是这么辛苦的一个工作？我想。陈安娜、马淑菲啊，这几位全部都是这种感觉，就是说苦工真的是一个苦工啊。那所以我觉得就是说被翻译是非常幸福的一件事情。我还记得我在阿姆斯特丹，就是马淑菲 Sylvia 她等于是推荐我去在阿姆斯特丹住室的时候，我们两个完全不认识。他翻译完我的书出版了，完全不认识，就是因为书要就是有一些新书发表，所以他说你能不能去？我说好，我能去3个礼拜最多了，我就去。我们没有见过面，然后我们在阿姆斯特丹在他们的文化部的那栋flat 公寓里面见面的时候，就是一见如故。因为我相信我们没有见面，可是我们在诗的领域里面我们见到了，我们在我们的文字当中我们见到了，所以文字是一个蛮奇妙的东西，它可以就说所以我们为什么我们可以读多少年以前的书，多远距离以外的书，我们都可以汇然于心，大概就这个道理啊。那所以我刚要讲的就是说，能够被翻译是非常幸福的一件事情啊。我的翻译的，就是说，如果说讲我被翻译的四位就是日文的Fumiko桑然后法文的这个Mahi Lohea跟那个Silva Marinesen。荷兰，然后现在是另外有那个英文的翻译啊 ，George O'Connell， 他们4位就是说都是非常优秀的这个汉学家，然后他们有非常多的翻译诗的经验啊，所以这个就是一个是语言，一个是对于诗的经验，其他小说什么那我就不太知道了。不过诗确实是不一样的一种语言啊，那。所以就说我想我为什么只选择诗来翻译，也是因为我觉得诗并不好翻译，那并没有很多人愿意翻译。那当我有这个能力的时候，我只愿意为诗来服务，大概就是这个道理啊。再讲到就是说今天的主题就是一个主要的就是讲交流啊。交流我有过几次的经验，比较那个深刻的一次呢，当然就是我到阿姆斯特丹去的时候，大概待了3个礼拜，我每天在里面晃啊，然后跟 Sylvia 我们到了6个城市，学校，然后bookstore， 然后大学 bookstore， 然后还到了一个老诗人家。我觉得我们在台湾大概比较少，就是说有来访的诗人时，我们会到一个老诗人家，然后有一个小小的座谈，有音乐啊，有这些茶点，很少这样做。所以这个是我们可以参考的。如果说我们今天有这样一个交流参考的一个目的的话啊，那我觉得我在荷兰是一个很好的经验，你就在那边，然后你自己走，然后有一个很好的你的翻译者，一个你很好的朋友能够带着你去到几个不一样的城市做一些座谈，做一些演讲。我们没有见过面，可是我们座谈就像是见了很久的面的样子啊。那大概就这样子一回事。然后我记忆还很深的一个是在法国巴黎之夜，那个也是因为我的那个法文诗集要新书发表，然后 台文所在那边叫巴黎文化巴文馆，叫巴文馆呢，他们安排的有一个，就巴黎有一个孤居和étranger之类的一个组织啊，他们有个叫巴黎之夜，那个也是很特别，所以今天只是一个参考，就是那一次就说所有大概有30几本新书在那个年前后发表的，他们就把这30几国的作者，有诗的、小说的、散文的，全部集中在那一个礼拜中间。那其中有一天，就所有的人都在那个蒙马特那个地方，然后它有30几个点。那你要去那边，你要去，就是你这一天晚上，你可以随便你要走几个点，每一个点它有安排时间。那我就是每一个点都有4场，我就在那个点里面，然后我就有4场的朗诵，然后跟我的一个在那边帮我跟我合作的另外一个叫杨依林哦，他是一个演员，一个台湾去的一个演员，他法文，然后他唱歌什么，然后我就朗读，我们两个就做对话。那我的意思就是说，那个就在蒙马特那边，然后30几个点，然后所有的你就说，比如说我啊你啊，我们要去，我们就我想要去英国的作家，我就去他那边。看到我比如说我到南非，我就去找南非的时候，我要到台湾我就到我就说我可以到每个地方去找1个晚上，就在那边，所以然后到了结束的时候就有一个很大的一个tea party 这样，所以大家还是可以在一起啊，这也是蛮特别的一个经验。那然后另外一个经验就是照那个尼加拉瓜，那一年那年是那个 Ruben Dario 的纪念100周年，他100周年的逝世纪念日，那我就到那边去了，那个也是非常特别，就是说我们都是都是在一个是在加拿大，然后还到另外一个城，再到2个城啊，那然后他们就是有音乐会，有朗诵会，然后还有花车游行。有花车游行，就是他就把它弄得像一个 festival 一样，那是真正的很特别的一个，所以我觉得我们都可以来参考，台湾馆都可以做这样子的一种就是文学的交流啊。那当然还有另外一次在北京有一次是他们是真正的一个工作翻译坊啊，那他就是邀请了大概有7、8个诗人吧，诗人又是翻译家，就是我也创作，我也翻译，那然后我们就工作了7天密集的工作，我们翻译了一个马其顿诗人的，大概就是我们有5、6个华文的诗人译者，我们翻译了他的大概20几首诗，马其顿的诗，我们把它翻译成，因为他在，我们可以问他，他会英文，我们可以问他，从马其顿文翻译成华文。然后另外一个是他们当地的有一个诗人叫张曙光是在中国北京，然后他翻译那个但丁的神曲。他也是译者诗人，所以有一群意大利的译者、法国的译者、德国的译者，然后乌克兰是乌克兰，就有几国的译者翻译他的张曙光的，把它翻译成5国、6国的语文，所以同时那一礼拜就有这样两本书出来了，所以我觉得那个也是一个很密集的一个翻译的一种一个聚会吧，我觉得这都是我们可以参考的。呀，我今天就先讲到这边。
诗人跟翻译家的经验哈，其实我们常常讲翻译是必要之恶。我们不能要求全世界的人都来读我们的中文作品，但是我们有足够的人才翻译作品给世界各国不同的语言。如果以诺贝尔文学奖来讲的话，我刚很快的闪示一下，西班牙语到现在有10个，其中有5位是诗人。西语国家是一个很爱读诗的民族，我们的文化《诗经》最早的，所以呢，诗起源，诗是人类共同的文类，所以我觉得会懂诗多了一个语言。我在2001年的时候翻了北岛的诗集，但是也是经过西班牙的名诗人要从头再看过一次，因为我的语言跟他诗的语言跟西班牙人读诗的语言是不一样的哈，这个是诗文类。那刚刚陈女士提到那些活动，其实是一直我的一个梦想，就是我们常常会在台湾为国外的作家办研讨会，专门都在研读他的作品。我们应该也在国外 办一样的研讨会，请当地的汉学家一起来读我们的作品，这样才有办法达到更密集的那个程度。那至于你看萨尔瓦多、尼加拉瓜，这个都以往国际诗人大赛，我们都会请我们的诗人去那边，还会把你们的作品翻译成西班牙文，当场朗诵。我觉得这个都是很好的推荐方式，但是呢，更应该要有系统式的。接下来呢，我们要换一个文类，是李阳老师。他的作品大家很难想象哈，西班牙语说称为全世界的第2、第3大语言，但是呢，第一本台湾文学翻译成西班牙文的是2012年的《沙夫》，还不是直接从中文翻的哦，是从英文。但是我现在也放宽了，就是只要有哈，我们先不管它从什么语言来，因为以前我们也很坚持要直译，但是直译者今天如果直译者没做好，我常想就是我们西语的学者努力不够嘛，所以都不能怪其他的语言这么认真。李阳老师的著作等身哈，我刚才听说他马上一本又要在西班牙出版的，那我觉得这个就是陈女士或是李阳老师或是陈老师都是可以作为一个研讨会去精深发展的一个方向。那我觉得这是很应该的，尤其西班牙现在汉学研究开始来的哈，我们就请李阳老师来谈他的经验，跟台湾文学怎么走出去。
大家好哈对我终于要学会怎么用这个东西了哈嘿试试看哈 OK 这个是我那个里昂文场馆的那个一个很可爱的助理啊，他做的一个 PowerPoint 的一部分，我就是用了他的，然后其实就是要看最后的一张哈，然后这个文场馆在中兴大学里面，我希望如果你们有来的时候来拜访的话我们布了一个很有趣的那个文场馆这样哈，好，很快还是不会动 ，OK， 好吧，请你帮忙好了，你就很快的一张一张，我就不讲文场馆哈，你就给大家看看这样子，来下一张，这个是我们的入口，OK， 再来你看。这个是我的重点，我现在有大概快40个书的不同的版本。为什么有那么多呢？因为有的有 paperback、hard cover， 所以加起来就会很多。还有另外一柜没有拍进去OK， 好，再来。好，那这些走很快我的那个小助理帮我做了几个这个沙夫，然后好，再来。好，然后会有一些文场馆，这个可以抽签，再来。这是我爸爸做的一个老的那种闽床，就是床，是我们3个跟文学有关的姐妹都是在这上面出生的。OK， 来，再来。好，北港香炉看一下，这个很厉害，我的一个小说呢，被一个香港的漫画家把它拍成一个，把它那个画成漫画。那因为是限制级的，所以里面有很多很色情的场景。然后最近我们大概可以卖出去那个德文版跟意大利文版都没有问题。好，这个很厉害。好，他们在看这个，我们在那里有个小展览，在我的文场馆里面。再来。OK， 这是书小朋友在看，来再来，后面的呢？这是我们前几天才收到的刚刚关老师的那个全集里面，最后他说有一本我的书叫《鸳鸯春散》那我们在法国出版，然后这是法国的《解放报》的一个蛮长的一个介绍可是因为我不会法文，然后我也不敢看，我怕不晓得会不会有批评或者是什么之类的，所以我要来找关老师，叫他帮我大概看看，然后我再把它翻成那个中文来看，因为现在那个 Chat GDP 很容易就可以看到不同的语言好，下来 好，这个就是我今天要讲的主题啊，我要讲30几年来的台湾的翻译哈。那因为我不是做这个工作的，所以我只好用我自己的经验来讲给大家听。比如我碰到了什么样的事情哈。好，那么我现在有8本书，有外国的语言的翻译，分别是沙夫比较多，沙夫有英美法德日韩国荷兰瑞典意大利捷克西班牙波兰塞尔维亚哈等哈。然后比较特别的是，我有加泰隆尼亚文的版本，这个我非常高兴，因为那个加泰隆尼亚的出版商来跟我谈的时候，我说我已经有一个西班牙文版啦，那他就跟我义正言辞的讲说，对不起，我们不是西班牙文，我们是加泰隆尼亚文。哇，我给他按赞，因为我本身非常有本土的意识，我就觉得这个可以站在他自己的语文上，这么骄傲的说，我要做的是一个加泰隆尼亚文的版本。后来我们合作愉快，本来我还要到巴塞隆纳去介绍书，可惜的是碰到疫情，后来就没有了哈。好再来的话呢，名媛有英文、法文、日文出版那个伊索比亚，这是比较特别的，是伊索比亚哈，因为我们老觉得他们好像离我们蛮遥远的啊，其实那里我想也是一个文化的一个很重要的地方，在非洲。然后那个自传的小说有日文版，暗夜有法国跟韩国版，看得见的鬼有德国、瑞士、韩国版，北港乡人无人人差的部分章节呢在日本跟在法国都有出版，可是全本书呢没有，因为大概那里面有一些作品可能会觉得有一点引起争议之类的这样子哈。好，那么还有一个叫李阳短篇集在日本出版，睡美男是我前阵子写了一个老女人就是老女人去爱上一个健身房的小鲜肉，就是年轻的那个那个教健身的，哇，一个很美丽而哀伤的故事，好好看，我自己都觉得哈。然后好，现在呢，鸳鸯春扇就是刚刚那个解放报帮我们做了一个 review 的哈，那个在法国出版反应不错。那个关老师的120几个学生里昂3大的来听我演讲，然后我们卖掉32本书。大家都觉得我很会卖书，我120几个学生可以卖到32本那个鸳鸯春扇哈。好然后那个西班牙文就是我们才谈好的已经开始着手要翻译。我希望明年可以到巴塞隆纳去混，因为我号称美食家，我很会吃饭，所以如果你们有来台北跟我联络，我带你们去吃真正好吃的东西，绝对没有问题哈。那个所以我希望明年可以，我到巴塞隆纳去吃了好几次那个全世界那个 base 50的第1名的餐厅等等，所以我期待这个鸳鸯春扇，因为它是一个跟美食有关的就用美食来写的一个长篇小说这样哈。那么我希望能够去巴塞隆纳出版的时候呢，因为那 publisher 在巴塞隆纳，我可以再去吃美食。然后呢，神灵集聚呢，这是还没有台湾还没有出版的一个小说。那我们在等法国那边，如果他们同意的话，我们可能台湾、法国同时出版，这个也会是一个有趣的事情。好了，还有吗？没有了，大概那个大概最后一章。OK， 好，我把握我的时间这30几年来呢，从沙夫开始呢，我跑了很多国际性的活动，很伤心的要讲，早年最开始的时候都是靠我自己的努力，因为那个我的小说在台湾因为被称作很引起争议，所以呢，有一年的时候有一个英文版要出版，还被台湾的一个非常有名的教授挡下来，因为他说这样的沙夫这样的小说呢，不要出版到国际，会让大家对台湾的国际形象呢会有不好的解读。碰到这样的事情那么更不用讲当年的时候，因为我的写到的跟台湾有关的，我想有一些人不太喜欢我的那一种观点吧，我觉得，所以呢， 一开始的时候呢，我完全得不到任何的台湾的任何帮助，还不要讲像那个明教授、那个女教授，她根本就是真的是抵制这样子，好。可是呢，那个时代呢，我觉得有一个我们等一下我会讲到一点陈思宏我们两个走的一个很相像的一个路线的理由非常有趣就是我那个时候碰到一个很大的潮流，叫女性主义，在全世界呢蔚为风潮，在1980年代，那么。那个年代呢，因为这个主义的盛行呢，使得我吸引了一些国外翻译家的眼光，像德国的马汉茂，美国的那个葛浩文，还有日本的藤井省三老师这样子教授那么陈思宏有趣的是，他接上的都是刚好这一阵子大家对台湾的不能讲刚好了，就是来到一个时代呢，大家对台湾文学跟台湾主要是台湾开始注意。否则我以前在跑这些国际的时候呢，很多人我说 Where are you from？ 我说 Taiwan， 他说Oh Thailand， yes I've been there，it's a wonderful place。我说台湾，他们就这样看着我，不知道台湾是什么这样。所以这个第二波呢，我跟陈思宏一样非常有趣的我们都是因为书被《纽约时报》评论。然后接着呢，思宏的小说也是被法国的《世界报》那个很重要的法国报纸评论，所以这个整个的发展呢，我觉得蛮像的这样子那当然我因为年纪比较大，所以我写比较久，所以就有比较多的书的出版。那么来到了一个要讲的一个事情是，接下来的时候呢，我就碰到了台湾。完全没有办法跟中国竞争的一个大量的跟文革有关的小说呢，就开始在全世界笼罩了整个中文的翻译的市场。好，马上然后因为这个全世界的这样的一个集中在看中国呢，台湾作家我自己都有一段时间呢都没有机会有比较多的新书的出版这样然后。终于好不容易熬过了，这一个中国的书有一点比较降温的时候呢，又碰到疫情。我本来有一个书，那个看得见的鬼跟那个法国一个很有名的出版社，也就是出我的《杀夫》，后来我们可以得到《世界报》的一个介绍，那个法民用已经谈到差不多了，可是疫情3年，整个计划就泡汤所以那3年呢，我出版的书没有办法去介绍，然后我们规划的书没有办法出版呢，实在是一个很大的伤害。还好。我接着要讲，疫情之后呢，台湾的我们的台湾的政府的，终于不再把我视成一个异类因为我已经说过，我本来的小说我想是有一些执政的人很不喜欢的所以后来终于到了最近的时候呢，那个《杀夫》被认为出版40年后。是可以做经典的然后我也开始得到了国家的帮助，比如说我前阵子去波兰，哇，那个因为我现在年纪大了然后比较需要照顾，不像我以前可以到处乱跑这样去波兰还有这一次去法国都得到我们的在地的文化人员代表处的人的很大的帮忙跟支持，所以呢，我应该这样子讲，就是说有一个比较要讲的比较不好的遭遇是什么呢？我想台湾会面临到一个断层，这个我一定要在这里呢很严肃的提出来。我早年支持我的那一些外国的翻译家跟读者呢，他们慢慢都退休了，包括我法国几个那个好朋友那个教授们都退休了。然后呢，因为中国的这几年来大量的送出去留学生，他们占据了所有的学校跟文化部门的重要的地位。然后呢，台湾呢，因为我们的学生可能没有那么狼性，没有在那个国外留下来，而至于呢，我们的台湾的学生呢，目前在这一些学校跟文化单位呢留下来的很少。然后呢，我觉得会有一个青黄不接，就 中间会有一个空档的时间，就是说，比如我这一次去法国哈，我们本来啊，我号称是第一个到台湾作家到巴黎的总图书馆去演讲的。那本来我出这个《鸳鸯村站》这个书哈，我也有一个机会再去巴黎的那个国家图书馆演讲。那个是那一年我拿到那个艺术文学骑士勋章啊，跟莫言啊，跟韩少功啊，跟余华啊，我们都去那里讲话的地方。可是后来就没有，今年就没有机会了哦。所以这个台湾的这个青黄不接的这样的状况呢，我觉得恐怕是一个我们大家都要非常努力再加把劲的，否则呢，我想年轻的。老师、翻译家，正在崛起。像那个关老师，当然非常的能力很好，他才30几岁，然后他在第3大当系主任，而且呢，很重要的是，他翻译了很多的跟巴黎文化中心合作，翻译了很多书出来，这样，所以开始可能鼓励这些更多的，因为现在台湾的国际地位的改变，吸引了更多的国际的注意哈。然后我希望年轻的翻译家教授们或者关心的学者，当然出版社可以，以及呢，我在开始出版书的时候像那个我们没有机会有那个版权的工作者帮我们介绍，所以那个时候呢尤其早期没有 email 的时候那个希腊写信来说他要翻译我的小说我因为信件的那个遗失，后来那个希腊文的版本没有翻译，我一直觉得很可惜那么现在当然我想有版权的工作者的帮忙会容易很多，就不像我当年30几年前的时候，那个时候所有的一切都靠自己，我没有骗你。那个是真的是一个非常心酸的过程，而且好，我再讲一个事情，就赶快因为时间已经到了而且我们在国际间也不见得得到了一个合理的对待，这个我一定要讲。有一年的时候呢，我被邀请到那个希望意大利以后不要记恨，就不邀请我了去参加，号称我是第一个台湾作家去参加一个意大利很大的一个国际的文学研讨会。然后呢，地点在威尼斯，然后要命的是呢，我刚好去住威尼斯一个最好的一个饭店，是安曼集团的一个饭店威尼斯的安曼，那是一个伯爵的宅地，非常的漂亮。然后那个安曼旅馆的船送我去那个开会的地方的时候，是一个很糟糕的旅馆。后来我才发现呢。那个 keynote speaker 是一个中国大陆我连名字都没有听过的作家，他可能是在意大利很被重视然后这个 keynote speaker 住一个5星旅馆，就是 Untitled Chapter 他们住的地方。然后因为我很喜欢那个 Echo 跟那个另外那一个写家另外好我赶快闭嘴那个我喜欢另外那个作家，所以我就去 Untitled Chapter 去坐着，在那个5星旅馆的吃饭的那个地方也去吃了一个饭。然后呢，所以那种不公平的待遇然后晚上我们去那个 party 玩了的时候，也没有人管我们女生要跑到那么偏远，在威尼斯的一个旅馆都没有人管，这样子可以遭受到这么不公平的对待还号称说他们终于愿意邀请一个台湾作家了。可是我相信这些事情都在改变当中。然后我们期待有一个在版权的推广之下，能够有一个更好的翻译出版，然后让台湾作家有更多的机会被看到。谢谢，不好意思多讲了几句话，谢谢。
人生70才开始这李昂老师不要灰心丧志好的文学是经得起时间的考验的不管作家在哪里我们今天读的经典作品，作家虽然不在了，后生世都还是在阅读，所以当然这个断层也是需要注意的。但是我觉得各方都有责任，一个文学可以在国外开放大名大放，它有太多因素了出版的因素、市场的因素、读者的接受度、学者们要不要去研究，都有很大的关系。如果说不借，我觉得西班牙、拉丁美洲跟台湾整个发展其实是很像的。 西班牙、拉丁美洲的作家，好作家，他们出版的时候，没有一个作家一开始的作品没有受到钳制的，所以呢，会被禁止的时候，有时候不见得是祸害嘛，哈，是一个可以去眼里看他后面时代背景的原因。我觉得这个都是可以当做我们阅读的材料、阅读的素材。所以我觉得李阳老师出版这么多作品，大家可以看到，法文真的不是盖的。到目前为止，诺贝尔文学奖最多的还是法文，哈。所以我觉得这个国家如何重视文化是有很大的影响的，包括普罗大众一起来推广。接下来呢，我们就要请我刚说怎么称呼他，他说文芬就好了，因为他是第二年轻的。以前华文作家还没有得诺贝尔文学奖的时候，大家都一直在问马悦然院士，对不对？哎呀，中国作家，他说好作家很多，可是好翻译太少了。那个时候他这样讲。现在呢，我们就请文芬小姐好了哈，来讲台湾的文学怎么样去建立起我们自己的通路，然后怎么样去让国外的观众、读者喜欢阅读，这个是我们大家共同的责任。不光是译者，一个好译者，一个坏译者，都可能把一个作品导向不同的路途。好，那我们接下来就请文芬来谈，谢谢。
可以叫女士。OK， 今天我为什么坐在这里啊？这个主要是馆长林金丽女士。我先说，我已经7年没有回台湾了。我上一次回台湾是2016年的11月16号，我们在台北师范大学，就是2016好，那个是就是当时呢那个禅文学奖颁给杨牧，所以这是我上一次回来，所以已经距离7年了。那今天也是一个很特别的日子，今天是11月21号，是马悦然老师他的葬礼的日子，就是他在这一天跟大家告别。所以呢，马老师总是以很特别的方式跟大家 say hello。好，那因为我7年没有回来了，我上一次回来的时候就是跟林馆长在台。那当时他是在师范大学，他也参加了那个，我还留着你的名片，我会背你的行动电话，前面是0915啊。当时我就觉得很惊讶，就是跟很多，当时玉红也在嘛，哈。那其实这个马老师当时做杨牧诗选的时候他是2010年翻译，利用那个夏天翻译。他在大概2个半月的时间，总共翻译了117首诗。当时他也有86岁了，他不相信自己可以做得到，但是居然也很容易做到了。那我要说我为什么坐在这里呢？当然我知道很多马老师到底怎么样看文学，但是在那个过程我也经历了。在这里我扮演2个角色，当然因为是马太太，但是另外我还有一个角色，就是我是说服马悦然翻译这个杨牧的。那么虽然杨牧得到这个禅奖，这个事情是马老师所想象不到的，但是在马老师心里头，他有2个目标。他一个目标就是说，他在研究中文的诗歌、华文的诗歌这么多年以来，他终于有一个历史责任，觉得他要做一个 ending。那么他就必须做杨牧，这是第一点。第二点，他当然心有所属，希望杨牧有一天得到诺贝尔文学奖。他确实也在2016年亲自提名了杨牧去得这个诺贝尔奖。因为你们知道，就是说，提名有4种人可以提名，一个就是任何一个大学的语言跟文学的教授。第二个呢，就是每一个国家的作家协会或者是笔会的主席。第3个就是得过诺贝尔文学奖的人。第4个就是那18个院士里头的每一个人都有这个提名权。我在讲这个马悦然跟杨牧的那个故事，我当时觉得我扮演一个说服者的角色，因为马老师每一次来，其实这有一个故事啊。马老师常常来台湾，几乎每年来好几次，然后当然有很多很好的文学刊物，就要安排马老师跟这个台湾本地的好的作家这个对谈嘛，哈。但是有很多次都是余光中，然后后来悦然就自己感觉有一点就是怎么讲，因为笔会跟余光中老师都扮演一个 重要的角色。可是我觉得可能是一个内部的因素吧。他们在提到这个事情的时候，我觉得他们的意见总是跟马老师是有分歧的。所以后来马老师是认为我可以很直率的说，马老师自己在做这个所有的诗歌跟文学的翻译，他当然有一种不同的审美标准，可是他觉得每一次这样对话以后没有多大的意义。我们现在这样讲，刚刚我看到安娜跟陆丹妮坐在这的时候，我觉得这个画面很有意思，因为一个捷克的，一个瑞典的，两个很有作为的那个汉学家坐在这儿。因为相对之下，我有一个不同的视角，就是你们两位很年轻，又很有成就。其实因为在马老师的时代，高本汉有一个学生是捷克的汉学大师普什克，那普什克是马悦然的师兄。那么普什克是在汉学家里头有一个很特殊的地位，因为捷克的汉学不是一个最早的，也不是一个最好的，但它有一个最特别的地位，就是所有的汉学家他们都在做他们的汉学，但是普什克是第一个汉学家开始跟现代的这个中文作家有交流、有感情、有书信，那个就是鲁迅。所以在捷克呢，查理斯大学有一个鲁迅图书馆，这个是马悦然觉得最特别的一件事情。那马悦然跟这个普什克他们有相同的看法，他常常引用普什克说，跟汉学家说，如果你没有翻译过，那就代表你没有读过；如果你没有翻译过，那么就代表你根本没有读过这个小说。他们是这样，是在做这个做学问跟实践的。很多人都在追问瑞典学院为什么那么没有眼光，在中文最好的30年代的时候没有发过任何一个奖给一个中文作家，为什么中文作家等待那么久才得到诺贝尔文学奖？那个很简单，就是因为瑞典是一个很小的国家，当时的那个18个人完全不知道自己的国家有个最伟大的汉学家，世界上最伟大的汉学家高本汉。他们没有选高本汉，如果一旦他们选了高本汉，高本汉就会去翻译30年代的作家。那么头一个，在赛珍珠得奖以后，赛珍珠跟这个斯文赫定曾经在1940年提名了林语堂，但是很可惜，40年到43年因为战争的原因，诺贝尔文学奖没有颁发，那时候没有颁发，林语堂错过了一个很好的机会，因为他有2个这么好的这个提名人，他错失了这个机会。那么我在讲他错失的机会有多可惜，因为像普什克跟高本汉，因为没有选高本汉就没有人翻译，但普什克是最早的这个人。那么这也是为什么后来马悦然自己在得到那个教授学位以后，教授的地位以后，他就很积极的大量去做。古代跟同时也做现代的翻译，所以当我看到这个陆丹女士跟陈安娜女士坐在这儿的时候，我感觉就是说，其实上一代的汉学家到这一代仍然就是开花结果了。即使你们手中不一定有一张台湾文学的地图，可是你们仍然继承了这个精神，这个是很值得恭喜，也令人高兴的。那么在第二件事情呢，我们接下来讲这个从林语堂这件事情，因为你们也知道，马悦然开始学汉学，是因为林语堂的生活的艺术，他看到了瑞典文版以后，他对这个事情很感兴趣。那么他开始对《道德经》感兴趣，去找了高本汉，从此成为高本汉的学生。所以他对于林语堂错失了诺贝尔奖这个事情，他是很有感觉的，因为林语堂是不需要翻译，他是直接用英文写作。林语堂第二件不走运的事情是，他既然是英文写作，根本不需要翻译。可惜当时的诺贝尔奖的评委那些院士们缺乏像1913年让泰戈尔得奖的那个眼光。泰戈尔是印度人，是用英文写作，可是到了林语堂，当时的林语堂已经非常接近了这个诺贝尔奖了，甚至瑞典学院也请高本汉去做了一个评语。那么然后呢，瑞典学院自己还有一个评价，就是高本汉评价他说他是很能够讲这个中国人民的这个生活啦。然后瑞典学院自己也评说他很有想象力，很有幽默。但是到关键时刻，因为马老师有曾经特别去查那个50年解密的资料嘛，我感觉这个就是有一点像是一种偏见，就是他们觉得说林语堂如果用英文写作，根本不能代表一个中国人的思想，所以就错过了。这个袁然在2006年的时候到台北的东吴大学参加林语堂的一个 学术讨论会，他就说这个是一个偏见跟错过。那么回头来讲，就是在中文世界好像也没有把林语堂当做一个很重要的作家。我觉得跟夏志清的评论比较有关系，因为夏志清的小说史里头的那个评论，这就牵涉一个文学地图。刚刚就在讲，我们一直在讲如何让台湾文学走出去，这似乎是一种焦虑。另外一种焦虑就是说，当一个很重要的译者选择一个很好的作家跟小说家，像马老师选择杨牧的时候，有另外一种焦虑就出现了，就说这个人可以代表台湾文学吗？所以这个焦虑是两层的，一个是这个人是不是得奖了就代表了台湾文学，另外一个就是怎么走出去。可这两件事情其实是同一个事情，就是说，要是有一个人得到诺贝尔奖，其实那个文学地图我相信就出现。然后如果大家各自在做的时候，其实拼起来也就是一个完整的文学地图了。那么我回头再讲这些汉学家他们在一起工作的经验里头，马悦然在80年代当过2任的欧洲汉学学会会长，当时到了80年代末，跟台湾的蒋经国学术基金会有一个合作，所以当时的瑞典、捷克跟台湾就连接在一起了。所以捷克当时在李议员的当董事长的时候，马悦然推荐由捷克的布拉格成为这个一个联络的中心。那他们当时的汉学家还做了一个指南性的，从1911年到1949年。我觉得从他们那个时候开始，他们之间已经有合作，如何做中文世界的文学地图。所以后来马悦然在跟西密和向阳做哥伦比亚大学的那个台湾20世纪诗选的那个50个人，已经在做台湾文学的地图，已经是一个很好的教科书。我会比较建议大家从这个方向试着在一起做这个工作。那么最后我要讲，2010年的10月10号，这是马悦然写信给杨牧说，当我翻译完这117首诗的时候，我的内心感到巨大的空虚，因为他每次要做完这个时候，他又快乐又享受，可是他又难过，这个事情已经翻译完了。那么他很有经验的是如何来对付自己内在的空虚，他就会彻底的把所有的诗该做的那些注解全部写完。所以在这个500页的这个诗集里头，他最后他说我很痛快的做完了，在这个诗集里头解释杨牧的所有关于台湾的政治的、社会的各种议题，所以我很开心。谢谢组长。
谢谢我们分把马悦然院士的一些愿景跟想法跟大家分享。我想再拉回来一下，这个文学的桂冠固然是一个作家一生追求的目标，就是没有一个作家会去拒绝一个文学奖的荣誉，但是没有得过这样的桂冠的文学，它也可以更久绵延。我觉得我们今天在阅读很多诺贝尔文学奖，到现在可能超过一半的都已经被遗忘的了，所以我觉得文学本身的价值，可能还是更是它最重要的地方。堂吉诃德、塞万提斯没得过啊，莎士比亚没有得过啊，可是今天讲的时候，谁能够超越他们呢？所以我觉得要有这个奖的时候，是一个大家可以追求的目标，但是还是应该回到文学的本质。好，那接下来呢，我们要来介绍在德国的陈思宏，他刚2014年这个鬼地方。我自己这么多年来在做西班牙语文学的研究跟翻译，看到我们自己本土的文学，其实都很感动，就觉得什么时候还可以添加我的年，让我的余命可以来把台湾文学也做一些比较文学的研究。因为我在阅读的时候，就是断断续续，我老是会觉得我好像嗅到拉丁美洲的味道。对不起，一定要，因为我们这个世代受到拉丁美洲马奎斯的影响实在太深了，就好像拉丁美洲的作家到今天都已经40年了，还走不出马奎斯的影响。所以去读的时候，我会想，这个是翻译的语言还是谁的笔触，真的很像。所以我看到哪怕是看得见的鬼或是鬼地方，我马上想到阿根廷波赫士还是这个希腊这个埃拉的这些 鬼魂们。我会觉得华文文学里面跟西语文学，容我偏见一下是最会写鬼的啦。所以呢，我们就来看看他这个鬼地方。那个陈思宏从德国来讲永进吗？我们欢迎你，听得到吗
？Hello， 大家听得到我声音吗？可以哈 ，OK 好，先跟大家问好，台南大家好，朱云老师好。对不起，还要请各位大人移驾。那我就跟大家问好，淑云老师好，李阳老师好，恭喜玉红老师，然后还有那个文芬老师。我从柏林跟大家问好，大家好。可以了哈，我可以开始讲了，我讲快一点，让大家等一下有时间可以跟我们对话。我先讲，感谢文学馆邀请我当时他们邀请我的时候，我就非常白痴的看到有出席费，我就好啊，反正我线上参与就可以有出席费，就答应了。结果我看到名单，我真的傻眼，我想说这名单这么的华丽，我坐在这边干什么那样？所以如果等一下如果有任何的僭越，与不该讲的话，请大家先原谅这位文学后辈。OK， 然后这个题目从旅外经验谈台湾文学在国际文坛发展是文学馆给我的题目。那我觉得既然出题给我，我就觉得也好，这样我就可以不用想我要讲什么。然后刚刚几位前辈都已经先用他们的作者的身份，然后文芬老师因为他本身是很贴近那个诺贝尔文学奖的文人的身份来讲台湾文学在国际发展的经验，那我就觉得我可不可以先把我的作者的身份跟去掉，先忘掉我本人是一个写小说的人这件事情，然后回到对不起，回到读者这个身份来讲这个题目。好，那我就觉得有一件事情可以讲，就是刚李阳老师已经有讲了，还有刚刚早上的没有下午之前的第一场英文场也是有。光磊提问也有提到这一题，就是台湾此刻的现况，就是因为政治的关系，我们一天到晚就是出现在全世界各式各样的媒体里面，然后这件事情对于台湾文学的推广到底有什么样的影响呢？所以我就觉得这一题对我来讲本身也是一个我自己身为作者跟读者，我都觉得我很有兴趣的议题。那我们就来看。这个无聊的东西，我先大家离开一下文学哈。这个我给大家看，我在德国，我很喜欢做一件事情，就是我很喜欢看益智猜谜节目。然后我跟你讲，这是真的是这几年的事情。在之前我看益智猜谜节目，我从来没有看过台湾这个字出现在各式各样的解题里面，就是从来没有看过。但是这几年因为台湾的政治情势似乎有点险峻，因此媒体大量报道之下，我们台湾这个题目大量的出现在德国的益智节目里面。然后我现在大家还看得到我吗？还看得到嘛？对不对 ？OK， 那我继续讲。这个第一个就是OK， 我快速翻译一下这个题目是什么好了。这是德国一个收视率很高的一个益智节目。这个题目呢是说，请问在2010年那个年代，在德国有一个来自台湾的一种时尚的饮料，征服了整个德国的市场是什么？然后这题超简单的吧，对不对？然后它4个答案嘛，一个是 fruit cola、bubble tea， 然后 glitter milk。Donut water， 什么是 donut water？ 好恶心啊，那样对。好，这个是在收视率非常高的黄金档的一个益智节目。然后这个是另外一个节目，这都是我家电视，就是我看到我就很兴奋把它拍下来。另外一题呢是我也快速翻译一下，他说在中国大陆跟台湾中间的那个海域叫什么名字？然后就4个答案，一个就是Formosa Straße， 那很简单嘛，就是那个台湾海峡嘛，我们一看就知道。可是当时答题人是答错的，因为他根本不知道 Formosa 就是台湾，对，所以我忘记他选哪一题，可是我确定他是答错了，这是另外一台。好，那我们来看下一个投影片。你看我随便选就选了3个，其实我好像收集了10几个哦。 另外一题呢是大家记不记得前几年台湾发生过一个奇怪的事情，叫做鲑鱼之乱。你看，你知道你要想在德国制作一个电视节目，他们要有一群写作的人，他们要专门去出题。他们不知道为什么我今天晚上注意到台湾的鲑鱼之乱，所以这一题的答案是说，2021年的时候呢，在台湾有一家餐厅，他们做了一件事情，可以让你免费吃到餐点。然后到底发生什么事呢 ？A 呢是说有上千个人跑去那个餐厅，就是在身上刺下 sushi 寿司的图样。B 呢是说知道怎么翻译啊，就有一群人坐在饭桶里面，然后在水里面有划船比赛，什么鬼？然后第三个呢就是鲑鱼之乱，就是有上百个人把他们的名字改成鲑鱼，就可以免费吃到饭。那答案是 C。所以就是在德国各式各样的主流媒体里面，尤其是新闻啊，新闻是出现频率最高的一件事情，就是我真的很容易听到台湾。最近刚听到台湾就是拜登跟习近平会面，然后就一直听到台湾。然后我先跟大家讲，就是我们先带离开文学的场域，就是老实说我在德国，我非常惧怕在打开电视的时候听到台湾这2个字，因为通常都不是什么好消息，不是天灾啊，不然就是什么我们就说到什么共机的威胁或什么的，就是你知道每次都不是什么有趣的事情。有一件事情倒是不错，就是我们台湾通过同婚的时候，这件事情在德国是一个很重要的新闻，而且是当天晚上是头条处理，而且终于不是这个恐怖的新闻了。OK， 但是好，就是在这几年这样子的媒体大量的报道一下，那到底对于台湾文学在德国的发展有没有什么重要的影响呢？我就前几天就做了一件事情，就是我就先以读者的身份去逛了书店。好，我知道大家都觉得网络很重要，好，网络买书很重要，什么什么。可是其实我要把大家拉回德国一下，在德国的阅读版图里面，其实书店，实体的书店还是一个非常重要的阅读的场所。所以就算是大家就是你知道我们在台湾买书的习惯，就是大部分去台湾买书，就是在书店看到一本书，然后我想买，然后我去查一下。那个博客来有没有比较便宜，成品有没有比较便宜啊？那我回家订就好，然后就回家去订这样。可是在德国这件事情，购书的习惯其实不太是这个样子，所以我就决定把自己放回一个一般的读者去市面上。如果说我在新闻上一直听到，在益智节目上一直听到，在综艺节目已经一直听到台湾，那我想要读台湾方面的书籍，那我要怎么办呢？好，我就先去逛了柏林的成品。柏林，我为什么在柏林城？它真的不是成品啊，对，就是。成品并没有来德国展店，我欢迎他们来展店那样，对他们去东京展店，去中国展店，香港展店，但是他们其实并没有来到德国。但为什么我戏称为它为柏林成品呢？是因为这家叫 Dussmann 是一个柏林非常重要的一个文化的地景，是读书的重要的场域。为什么呢？因为它开到晚上12点，半夜才关门。它不是像成品一样真的24小时，但是大家知道，如果大家来过欧洲就知道，如果一家店而不是超市，它是书店，开到半夜12点，这是一件非常奇怪的事情，那样对，然后他就办到了，而且它面积非常的大，是一间非常大的旗舰店，那全德国就一家，对，那其实是一个财团所经营的一家店，然后他因为财团很有钱，他们不怕赔钱，所以他们就在这边努力做他们的对于书、对于文学的爱好，然后这里面有很重要的藏书，然后它地下有一个很大的空间，可以让大作家，说真的要大作家才有这么才有办法受邀到这边做朗读或做新书发表会，同时它也有附设一家英文书店，好就这样，然后我这里面努力想要找台湾文学，我只找了一本，就是这本，就是吴明益的《复眼人》的德文版。对，然后我怎么找到呢？是，大部分的德国书店里面其实都没有分类所谓的亚洲文学，这个事情在美国一些书店里面有时候可以看到，并不是一般的连锁书店反而不会做这件事情，可是通常是一些独立书店会做一个所谓的 Asian literature， 对，再细一点可能会有什么 Far Eastern Asian literature 之类的这些东亚洲书柜，但是大部分都没有，在德国这件事情更少见。然后都市版并没有，那我怎么找到吴明益呢？就是我去找小说，然后文学小说找 W， 为什么呢？因为他的姓氏是 W 嘛，然后我就找到了这本书。 OK， 然后我在英文书店里面呢，就找到了我自己的鬼地方的英国的 paperback 的版本，就这样子。好，其他我都找不到，我也问了一下，店员也找不到。然后再来就是，我就去了连锁书店塔利亚，然后我觉得塔利亚很有趣，就是塔利亚是一个全德国都有的连锁书店。这样讲比拟好像不太对，可是就是这样想一下，就是它好像金石堂好了，对，就是虽然说金石堂现在好像收了很多家那样，可是不管怎么样，就是全德国大城小城都几乎都有塔利亚这家书店的存在。然后塔利亚书店我是找不到任何一本，我去了2家分店，我都找不到任何一本关于台湾的有任何台湾的书籍，连旅游书都没有那样，对。然后但是我觉得塔利亚可以讲的一件事情，就是刚刚文芬老师有讲到焦虑这2个字。其实焦虑啊，不止我们有焦虑啊，其实中国对于推广他们的文学也很焦虑的。这种焦虑可以体现在塔利亚这家书店里面，因为前几年中国的文化部门跟塔利亚这家书店合作，很明显就是中国花了一大笔钱，在全国塔利亚重点的书店，有一个中国的书柜，专门只摆中国书籍。但是这个效果到底好不好呢？我本来要放照片，可是我后来决定不放，是因为那照片里面看就很烦，因为它里面有很显眼的，它在做什么呢？它就是习近平语录，对，然后的德文版那样，对，你怎么可能会有人想要在塔利亚书店里面买习近平语录那样？然后我相信中国的文化单位一定真的是很用心的想要做这件事情，想要推广就是中文书籍。的德文版本，然后希望他能够在德国能够得到更多的注意，然后更多人阅读。但是他们有政治的压力，所以最显眼的反而是习近平语录。然后你只要有那个东西之后，他就很难做。所以你知道吗？他那个焦虑就很明显那样，就是请大家知道，就是不止我们有焦虑，他们也很焦虑。因为这几年的确中国的文学以德国市场来讲，唯一有成功的应该就是《三体》啦。就有《三体》大成功，而且《三体》Netflix 那个已经要上映了，所以全世界的数量应该会继续往上冲，因为 Netflix 要播了嘛。对，那个 trailer 看起来也非常精彩的呀。对，但是就是从塔利亚的中国书柜来看，就知道他们做了一件事情，就是这件事情老实说我们要做的话也可以做啊，就是我们就去跟书店合作，然后就摆一个台湾书柜。因为这件事情日本有做，日本是跟记忆国合作，然后在全日本很多地方做所谓的台湾书柜。然后就整个书柜就是摆台湾书，做个品牌的建立那样，对。但是我们老实说，我们比较没有政治的压力。像比如说，刚刚李阳老师有说，他在之前有受到一些政治的压力，但是很幸运的是，很开心的是，经过这么多前辈的努力，我们此刻来到一个非常自由的时代，所以我们不太能够至少政治势力不太能够干扰到文学。所以我们如果做台湾书柜的话，说明这件事情我们会做得更精彩。好，然后再来就是我觉得很多社区的独立书店。更难找到台湾的书那样，对，真的很困难。所以我觉得，就是身为一个台湾身为我把自己放为一个所谓的德国人的读者来想的话，就是我觉得这件事情并没有促成，就是所谓的我们台湾在政治新闻上一直不断的出现这件事情，到底对我们文学有没有什么巨大的注意呢？我本人是没有感受到太深啦。为什么？因为翻译文学在德国本来就是一件很难的事情呀，对，真的很难。然后，德国人读翻译文学嘛，绝对读。但是所谓的翻译文学，当然他们比较亲近的就是一些英美的作家，对，比如说我们比较熟悉的 Jonathan Franzen。然后 Jonathan Franzen 因为本身也会讲德文，他以前在柏林读过书，所以他其实跟这边的人很亲近，所以他跟读者很亲近，所以他这边真的是一个大卖的一个外国作家。但是亚洲文学其实在这边真的很难做，对，就是很多在全世界各地都大卖的书，其实在德国其实是做不起来了。我随便讲一个韩国的书，就是82年生的金智英。然后这本书的版权操作，那个苦主也在现场，就是光磊操作，他一定知道，就是这本书在全世界版权都很好卖，只有德国最难卖。然后到最后在德国最慢上市之后，其实要做也很难做，就算电视已经文化节目有做的介绍或什么，可是它其实销量也没有那么的精彩，应该是不错啦，但是也没有那么精彩。所以翻译文学本来在德国就很艰难，所以台湾文学在德国当然更困难，这是一个非常巨大的现实。对，就是我觉得，因为我就要讲这件事情，就是最后一张图片，我要结束了，就是我觉得在不在场是一件很重要的事情啦。就是所谓的在场，就是我刚刚不是讲到 Jonathan Franzen 嘛，因为 Jonathan Franzen 是个美国人，可是他却在柏林读过书， 对德国的文化有一定涉猎的理解，然后他访谈的时候也可以有办法讲德文，所以他真的很常来这边参加活动。他很常来这边参加活动，他的那个人的建立，一个品牌的建立就很清楚。加上美国跟英国，英美作家本来在德国要推广就比较简单了，然后亚洲作家，你说刚李阳老师有说了，你说台湾他们会说Thailand，对不起，这件事情到现在还存在那样，对，就是泰国的知名度在德国是比我们台湾高的那样，对，就算我们一直最近这3年一直出现在媒体上，但是这个是一个很残酷、很悲伤的故事那样，对，所以在场这件事情很难办到。那我放的这张图片是我今年去的布鲁克林参加的图书节，然后我不讲我讲跟我同场的刘美里，你知道我当时知道我要跟刘美里同场做 panel， 我真是吓死，我想说天哪，这样那个刘美里大人会不会觉得就是有失尊贵那样？为什么要跟一个谁听过什么 Kevin Chen 啊？为什么要跟他同场那样？不过那是一个非常宝贵的经验，因为我稍微透过翻译，因为我跟刘美里之间并不会讲同一个语言，然后透过他的翻译，我们就聊了一下天。他在美国其实他的上一本书叫做台湾也有出版，就是《上野车站》，也很好看的一本小说，在美国的翻译是得到了 National Book Award， 是得到这么大的奖。所以他得到这么大的奖之后，他的确在美国整个声望就往上抬。所以他最近的这一本书叫《The End of August》，是这么厚的一大本。然后他在美国这一次就要跑很多的到处都有的那个文学节，然后这他其中一场。然后我觉得一个作者到场，的确对于一个品牌的建立是有很大的帮助。对，因为我今年也跑了一些场次，所以我真的发现你只要作者到场，跟现场的读者，因为他就算在新闻上听过台湾，就算他似乎也许去过台湾或者怎么样，他叫他来读台湾文学这件事情，老实说还是有很大的距离。对，就是从 CNN 上面看到一个台湾的新闻，到来阅读台湾书籍这件事情，中间其实是有很大，大概12层楼高这么大的距离吧。对，所以我就会觉得，如果说能够我们有更多的台湾作者愿意走出去的话，到全世界各地参加文学节，在场然后去推广台湾文学，也许会有更多的发展可能。好，我讲到这边，谢谢各位长辈。
谢谢思宏。那我们请台下的3位讲者再回到台上，我们还有一点点时间可以给观众朋友发问。那个想法哈，台湾文学走出去，我们还是要有一个国际的视野。刚刚思宏说 Formosa Strait， 大家知道 Formosa 是台湾，先广告一下，我们6月办的一个研讨会是西班牙时代的艾尔摩沙，主办单位国海院要我特别写一篇论文，我写了2万字，从福尔摩沙到艾尔摩沙，大家要知道。福尔摩沙不是台湾独有的，你对一个欧洲人跟美国人，他可能会想到是阿根廷，他会想到是葡萄牙。福尔摩沙在世界的各地呢，跟台湾一样幅远的呢，差不多是那个岛那个位置。我研究下来呢，我就写7个，事实上还有更多。所以呢，对一个外国人，他是不是知道福尔摩沙是台湾，这是一个很大的 question mark。更何况台湾海峡何曾在世界的地图上用福尔摩沙？没有啊。他会用台湾 Straits 不是吗？还是你看到的是 Formosa？ 所以德国人不会打，德国人聪明啊，这是德国人有他的什么知识的底子。所以我觉得台湾文学走出去的时候，我们发现别人，认识自己。然后刚刚提到吴明益的复眼人，他也只有加泰隆尼亚文。那我自己的想法，我支持可以有本土的语言，但是我们台湾文学要走出去，一定要走普罗大众。他只有在加泰隆尼亚。如果要我选，我会先说台湾文学呢，先翻成西班牙文。为什么？拉丁美洲6亿的，但是也是在西班牙卖不好的话，就只谈拉丁美洲。真的，这个是一个 食物链哈，所以我觉得这是一点很重要。然后台湾文学，你也不要担心，不是只有德国人不知道，全欧洲人其实都不太知道，只有我们在座的这些译者知道。所以我们今天在这边说台湾很好的时候，我们一定要知道怎么去建立我们的策略，我们怎么去让人家认识我们。那我如果以我常年在学术界里面的话，我真的会觉得我们一定要有当地一个有力的学者来推广。这样子不断的去教他们，我们有这边，我总觉得台湾要有人，那边要有人，长期的，所以我们很开心，一直有马悦然院士，希望下一个一定要有这样子来支持我们的人，不然很容易就断线了。这个是我自己长期观察的影响。大家提到中国，2010年我在南京参加翻译，他们写中国文学走出去的时候，他足足比台湾晚10年。我们是1990年开始文建会到文化部。台湾文学外溢，可是呢，它一下子就出去，所以呢，这个势力或是财力，我觉得我们也不用去唾弃它，因为这就是一个现实，它就是那么的多。但是我们的品质，我们的那个很好啊，我们可以以质取胜，这个是台湾我们讲软实力，我一直觉得要有这样的信心哦。再来呢，就是其实三毛翻成西班牙文以后，那个光磊。西班牙已经开始出现硕士论文、博士论文，当然可能在我们这边会觉得，但是他后来有加泰隆尼亚文，当然他的那个连结让西班牙人有了一种感情。所以呢，刚刚提到西班牙也有很多作家是在德国、在英国红回来以后，甚至变成诺贝尔文学奖的候选人。所以我们今天要用什么样子的路径去推广我们的台湾文学，我觉得很重要的。这个是我刚刚听下来几个想法。那我们是不是把时间给观众？如果有观众要发问的话，因为刚刚4位都有提出蛮多的问题，还有从自己本身出发，请在座的这些学者先进们也给一点意见，或是发问也可以。我觉得我们可以有7分钟，虽然到5点，但是我们这个开放一下，然后我们可以允许1到2个一起问，然后就请我们在座的来回应。把握良好时机啊！我有一个问题，就再问这个，问一个，然后3个回答，就是说，各位会不会觉得一个好译者是会影响你的作品在海外的推广，或是我的意思是说，那边很好，他翻了你的作品，我就是说国家图书馆因为下个月要出版那个台湾文学外国文学西译，我提了几点哈，光磊你也不要在意，我就说版权出版商可能也有责任，然后出版社也要有社会责任，就是这个作家怎么样去帮他 build up 他的版图。我看到西班牙语的作家，他很常在同一个出版社不断的出，可是呢，外国的文学来到这边，有时候是什么？基于出版社想出版以后，一下子这个出版社，一下子那个出版社，你会让读者错乱，读者会觉得这个作家到底有没有那个 value， 对不对？那我会觉得说，在座都是作家，或是您是译者，你觉得海外的不管什么文，法文、德文，我今天的观察是我们是翻出去了 ，then 那个后续，所以台湾文学一直那个能见度还是很有限。那我会觉得说，如果今天请了马悦然院士翻了杨牧，如果杨牧还在，可能他就是会比较有推广。所以呢，在有人翻的时候，作家是说有人翻就好，还是你觉得有些人很珍惜说，我要找一个好的译者、好的出版社，好好的来为我量身定做？在各位的这么多的，像2位李阳老师、陈玉红老师翻译的时候，有没有想过这个问题？还是说只要有翻，其实就已经很难得了？因为很多作家事实上可以看到，他们国外的译者其实一直都是同一个人，他就一直翻，一直翻，然后就一系列就那个译者跟作家就结合在一起。
哦，我觉得我自己就是一个闷着头做我自己的事情的人，所以我常讲就是说我翻译是我主动去找，有比如说 Sylvia 呀，任何人要翻译，我是他们来找我，我并没有真正的主动去做什么事情。那因为我觉得翻译我必须要喜欢那个人的东西，我才能翻译，因为这是完全是一种你知道，这不能勉强的。 别人翻译的作品，我一般来讲，就像我翻译别人的作品啊，因为可以说每一个人都有个人的风格吧。那只要我相信他，我就全部让他做，我完全不会过问任何事情。我每次就比如说我跟 Silva 有时候通电，我们通 mail 的时候，我说你觉得这样很好就很好，因为我相信他。那比如说就说我翻译别人，我也希望人家相信我。你知道要有这个 caliber。那比如说，为什么说 Sylvia 我相信他呢？因为他是翻译《红楼梦》的，我怎么能不相信他？就说他有这么多的经验，那他翻译我的东西，他的美感是在的，那我当然要相信他，他是这个语言的 master 嘛，对吧？所以我对翻译大概就这样子吧，我并没有想到说这本书以后怎么样，因为我觉得书有书的命运嘛。对啊，这都不能勉强的。我觉得这就是就是被动的，被翻译是被动的。
梁老师呢？像你自己经济的话，你会想说，我希望这个译者一直陪着我的作品，一直翻成法文，一直翻成德文这样。
这个恐怕在执行上有困难吼，因为每一个翻译者都有自己喜欢的人吼，然后跟出版社的合作的等等，这个我想陷入一个非常复杂的机制。可是我要提一个我觉得很重要的，可以给台湾的政府来做一个参考的，就是说我们会有翻译哈，可是我们没有做到下一步，就怎么去推广，我们没有推广的钱。然后那个对方的出版社呢，如果是一个大出版社的话，他有能力去打进那些主流的大的报纸，就像我刚刚讲那个陈思宏跟我们可以被法国那个《世界报》做整版那个是真的很快乐的事情哈。那个还有这一次的那个刚刚给各位看的那个报纸，这一些呢都是要努力出来的，所以好的翻译当然必须哈。那推广的部分是我们一直很久以来，我就跟那个国家的单位提议，可是当然不太有用就应该有钱，除了翻译费用呢，应该有钱来做推广。因为那个推广都是需要钱的我的意思是说，你办活动你需要那个场地或者是至少给人家喝杯酒白酒红酒之类的钱之类的，这些其实是下一步我觉得我们期待国家能够做到的这个推广非常非常重要。然后，因为我们不能够期待说每个小说都进到一个大的有能力的出版社的手中，那么我碰到的状况是真的有帮助的。现在是那个我们台湾有几个文化中心在全世界上比如巴文中心、纽文中心，还有就是日本的那个文化中心。我碰到在有一个经验，我真的非常感动伦敦没有这样的文化中心，可是有一年呢我去演讲。然后用我的破英文各位都知道我英文很烂这样子，可是用英文演讲，然后大概也让有人听了觉得还不错听结果那个 BBC 的中文的网站那个有一天用我做那个cover story， 就是中文的 BBC 的中文的网站这样子。那么那个纯粹是怎么样子呢？因为那个演讲，我觉得是政府办伦敦的代表处的文化的工作人员非常积极他争取来办这个活动。然后呢可能刚好是打动了这个 BBC 的这个中文网站的编辑就有这样的效果出来。所以呢如果能够结合我们在地的有这个政府官方方面的人来做更大的推广的话呢，我觉得这个就是我简单讲就是结合出版社的力量，对不对？然后结合台湾的官方的推广力量，如果这两个都可以加起来的话，那么就让我们大家想尽千方百计去赢得注意。我一定要讲一下我的悲惨遭遇今天不是来诉苦，可是真的。 我这样的作家哈，台湾啊，一天到晚在法兰克福办书展，从没有邀请我去过一次。台湾政府的法兰克福的书展，从来没有邀请我去过一次。好，马上好。然后呢，有一年的时候，我就跟那个办的人讲，我就说，那个我自己出机票钱去，你只要能够让我在那个书展露一下脸。好，结果呢，我去了。
我刚刚才知道，不好意思，他5点40分的高铁，
哦，
所以对，我们先合
那
照，
我赶快啊，来，
我们先合照，是不是？不好意思，我们这个是插曲，
哦，不好意思，我不知道你啊要赶回去，对不起。没关系，坐着就好了。好。
吗？思宏。你把头，对，我们要拍照，对。
好，谢谢。可以吗？我很快讲完哈。
这个值得讲。
我在讲什么？哦，对，好，你看台湾去法兰克福有多少去办书展，从来没有让我去过一次。好，那一次我自己出机票钱，因为我出了一个书，然后希望能够去一下这样子哈。结果呢，好处是我用我的破英文呢，在那个书展里面呢，就到处去看看嘛哈，因为很好玩呐。结果我就吸引了一个意大利的电视台。他们去拍那个法兰克福书展，我就用他问我说你要不要介绍一下你的书，我就用我的破英文跟他介绍沙夫。结果呢，后来那个电视台的影片在回去那个意大利播的时候呢，我就拿到了一个，他们就自己跟我联络，就拿到了一个意大利的翻译的版权。所以这一些努力，像刚刚思宏也一直讲嘛，对不对？我们到现场去，然后因为有那一种面对面的接触的话，大家就会觉得说，也许可以有一个机会的这样子。好，不好意思占那么多时间这个实在是赶快。
我跟大家有完全相反的意见就是其实到任何座谈会，大家就说希望官方有更多的资源。可是我的感觉是，对我来说完全相反，最好官方什么事都不要做，我们自己做。今年我就有一个很好的例子，就是我的好朋友向阳，当时他跟马老师和西密一起做了那个20世纪诗选，他当了国家文艺基金会的董事长，他就跟我说他有一个计划，还要带执行长跟副执行长到瑞典来拜访瑞典学院，他请我来做安排。我就跟他说这样的事情我不愿意做，我不愿意为官僚形式主义服务，因为我知道，我说你们一定是来花了很多公费然后来访问写点报告，那个报告可能是我替你写的。我说我要阻止你们做这样的行为，因为你们可能花很多的钱，但是你们得到一点小小的经验，是陈文芬帮你写的。但是我愿意为你向阳的文学服务，所以我给他另外一个想法，就是说你自己花钱来。然后我跟一个瑞典的女诗人一起合作，翻译了她8首诗，就是她那个4季。而且我以老百姓的身份跟 Thomas Tranströmer， 就是2011年的那个诺贝尔文学奖得主瑞典的诗人，有一个他的在南区 Stockholm 的南区的一个公共图书馆，我去那里投稿。那个图书馆很有意思，还有一个诗歌博览会，因为我们现在台湾大部分都是国际诗歌节。可是它有一个常态性的，就是它的图书馆员本身是很懂诗歌，而且常常办活动，所以我就纯粹以老百姓的身份去跟他们投稿，他们接纳了我，所以向阳都到那个图书馆去朗读，这是很重要的。而且因为向阳很会读，可以用那个台语诗读，他们就觉得哇太高兴了，竟然我们的图书馆来了一个从遥远的台湾，然后给我们读他的中文诗跟这个台语诗。所以那个图书馆员他是一个很有名的诗歌的推动者，所以我的强调是说，我们不一定要等官方，因为你要万一碰到一个很烂的人，就是那个方向不是你想要的。所以我一直强调说，有时候你自己作为一个独立的说服者，你也可以做文学的工作。我的意思说，马悦然虽然是马院士，但是在他当马院士之前，他一直是独立作业，包括他是从那个汉学的那个，因为他一直觉得说， 我们既然学了汉学，当然自己要有个责任，对自己的同胞翻译这个作品。我的感觉就是说，其实我们要有一双很好的眼睛，知道谁会做事，然后去说服他。当然，你觉得没有钱，那么就自己行动，去找一个人出钱。我就是这么干的。在这样的经验以后，我整理出我自己的方案，就是说，个人就是一个行动主义者。不管你要说服谁，让谁得到诺贝尔奖，或是让谁翻译，或者请一个金主。其实，在做杨牧的那个过程，童子贤先生，你们也知道说，其实他做了很多很好的事情。我觉得我们不一定要等待官方，当你做了这些事情，你的热情就会感染所有人为你做这个事情。像李昂自己出机票，就是他自己为他做，这个热情应该也感染了很多人。谢谢。
思宏，你可以1分半钟讲你的想法吗？1分半哦。啊？有没有？没有。如果对，也一样。
我们不是下课了吗？好，就是好，我觉得要做台湾文学要做成什么样子呢？因为我刚从美国回来，那我就以美国为例，好，快速讲一下。你在美国书的市场就是一个非常商业的市场，大家知道美国就是一个资本主义最极致的一个国家，然后书的市场也是，所以你在美国要做成一本书，它的时间拉长是那个时间点是很不可，大家很难想象，因为我们在台湾，比如说我们今天好，我12月要出版一本书，其实我10月就写完，是有可能就10月写完一本书，我可能12月就可以出版。这种事情在美国是不可能的。美国一般的出版社，从签约到真正的出版会2年，然后其实翻译书也是一样。那为什么他需要有1整年的时间在做什么呢？就是他发所谓的 ARC 就是 Advanced Reader Copy， 意思就是说他1年前。比如说好了，12月1号要出版的一本书，他在早1年前，或是今年的1月，他就开始发所有的试读本，到处去发给各大媒体。然后以前是媒体而已啊，编辑台而已，现在还要分给什么TikToker 啊、YouTuber 啊、Blogger 啊、Instagram 啊，什么都要发，什么 Facebook 全部都只要跟书有关的这种网红都要发。发完之后呢，再开始等，然后比如说我12月1号要发行，然后他就要开始做一些活动，去促成这件事情。然后所以很多在美国成功的文学的畅销书或得奖书，其实是做出来的，就是说它是有一个机制做。然后这件事情大家可以去读一本书，这本书刚好我在手边，因为我最近想要写这本书的心得，就是这本书啦，叫做 Yellow Face。这本书今年在美国这是大红特红，然后我中文版我不知道会不会翻译那样，问一下光磊那样，就是这本书里面其实就有非常血淋淋的把美国的出书的一本畅销书怎么的机制怎么做出来这件事情有写得很清楚，对，怎么操作那样，这是一个非常商业的操作，所以我们如果台湾作家在美国出版的话，我们要有办法达到一个地步，甚至得奖，其实这件事情都是有一个操作的机制的。对，所以我们要进入那个机制的话，就要理解那个机制。好，我讲完了，拜拜，大家快去吃饭。
谢谢，好，谢谢大家的耐心跟聆听。我们今天第2场就在这里结束，谢谢大家。我们给他们一个热烈的掌声。
谢谢张淑英教授，谢谢主持人，谢谢与会贵宾。好，谢谢。紧接着，好，我们慢慢下台。紧接着我们要进行我们的闭幕式。那在闭幕式的这个过程里面，我们也会简要的跟各位贵宾来报告，现在文化部以及文策院还有国立台湾文学馆所进行的国际推广的工作哈。那在我们现在整个政府在推动国际推广的过程里面，他们对于出版，然后对于作家，刚刚李阳老师所提到的作家到国外。以及作家在国外的一些活动里面，其实都有不同的方面在进行。那今天文策院的朋友也有到我们当中哈，那我先带他们来说明一下。文策院主要是在作为这个中介组织哈，那它串联政府还有民间资源，好，所以它有资金，好，有通路，有品牌，在拓展国际市场，好，不同面向，好，那分进合集。那以推动台湾文化内容产业的进步为使命哈，那所推动的重点工作包含根据出版的内容产业现况，多元方式的协助拓展国际市场等等。 也就是呢关于市场哈，然后版权经济等等哈，就是文策院这边来进行的。那有关于文化部本身呢，对于这个补助的工作哈，我们邀请我们的人文出版司的陈玉林科长好来跟我们说明一下。好。
各位先进馆长好，那今天很高兴能够来这边，光磊听到这个非常有收获良多的这些演说哈。那文化部我们这边主要有在做的是那个翻译出版的奖励啦，以前是补助。那当然刚刚与会者也有提到说，从文建会开始，然后到台文馆，然后到文化部，那也做了1960年做到现在30多年了，对。那么我们这边主要就是奖励国外的出版社来翻译出版台湾的图书哦。那在座有好多译者，像那个 Maria 也是都有翻译我们的书，然后还有 Thomas 这样，对，然后还有各位许多我们的版权，然后光磊，然后舒心都是帮我们的一个很重要的推手。那我们就是有奖励，就是我们补助，其实它是一个就是提供一笔奖励金给国外的出版社来申请，那它可以把台湾的图书引进到国外，在当地出版。那我们奖励的金额包括它的授权费、翻译费，还有它的图书印制费哦。那我们上限是60万元啊，然后那当然还会扣税，扣20%。好，那刚刚那个老师们有提到行销费，其实我们也有补助行销费这一块，就是我们其实很鼓励国外出版社在出版的时候也把我们的台湾的作家邀请过去，所以他如果有这部分的预算，我们是会补助他可以有机票的费用过去。那这几年前2年单位疫情啦，所以这个比较少。那事实上，我想接下来也会越来越多。那我们其实也在研议说，能不能更扩大的支持国外出版社来帮忙行销台湾这些图书。然后刚刚李阳老师有提到伦敦嘛，那其实那个是我们伦敦文化组办的，就是文化部其实在很多国家。应该是13个地点吧，有我们的文化组，它的名字也许叫巴文中心，那也许叫文化组，但基本上是文化部的同仁，所以很高兴那一次能够文化部有这个荣幸邀请老师过去。好，那今年巴黎的也是有在邀请老师，那也谢谢老师的帮忙。好，那我想我们就是很期待说跟各位伙伴，然后再持续的帮忙推广这个台湾文学。我想就刚刚陈文芬女士说的很对，就是要去做。就是要每一个人一件一件事情去做，然后才能把它推出去哦。那文化部身为一个文化主管机关，那我们当然是希望能够召集到更多的伙伴，然后用我们的资源去支持大家，然后希望大家一起帮助我们。谢谢。
谢谢陈科长。对，就如同科长所说的哈，那很多东西就是很多资源，我们是需要整合，然后我们需要合作，好，那所以我们可以看见从作家到出版到它的版权经济，那各位朋友也可以从我们的台湾文学的外译房哈，你只要 Google 外译房哈，房间的房你就可以看到刚刚不管是文化部或文策院的资源的资料。那我们希望透过一个整合的讯息可以让各位一个有路径然后可以我们大家一起合作，将台湾文学推到国际。好，那我们现在就要进入我们的闭幕式，我们邀请林金丽馆长。
非常感谢大家待到最后，从早上的这个赠奖典礼，然后还有我们下午的2场的这个 workshop， 非常非常精彩啊。那我们也非常高兴，我们这次就是从这个国外遥远的地方，我们邀请了真的是在欧洲。对台湾文学真的非常的付出啊，那长久以来也不断的关注台湾文学、翻译台湾文学的朋友哦。那刚刚这样听下来，也觉得我们这些关键人物非常的重要哦。那所以未来呢，也希望就是说我们这些学界还有翻译者还有这个出版界的朋友们继续支持哦。那 虽然说我现在是要做一个结尾啦，不过还是小小的呼应一下刚刚大家的一些热烈的一个问题哈。那当然我们刚刚也听到了2场，那可能共同都有一个想法，就是好像台湾文学目前的这个国外的推广似乎还不够，那似乎这个能见度或者是这个在书店里面似乎还找不太到哈。那所以当然这是台湾馆，那也是我们官方也是有责任的，我们跟这个文化部一样哈。那其实我们算起来我们最近很努力哈，非常的努力想要做更多哈。那所以其实我们以文学馆来讲的话，我想我们的推广其实会透过很多的方面，比如说第一个就是出版哈，就是译者然后出版。那另外我们也会透过这个文学的展览哈，我们今年透过这个文化部的风潮计划，我们也在10几个点哈，就是有这个文学的展，然后这个展呢，我们也会邀请就是作家过去跟当地的读者面对面对谈啊。那还有再来就是我们也会希望进入到校园，进入到大学。跟这个学术做结合，因为如果说有学生当然有老师带着学生一起去研究这个台湾文学，那它的这个效应，它的这个延续性可能会更长久。所以这是一条不是那么容易走的路，可是请各位相信，台湾馆已经在做了。那我们希望在近期会有更显著的效果。好，那今天非常感谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢。飞越文学天际线，台湾文学翻译论坛，那我们今天圆满结束，谢谢各位的参与请持续关注我们台湾文学的外译工作，谢谢大家，祝大家身体健康，谢谢。